Good numbing, and welcome back to, potentially, the finale of Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. It feels like it took way longer to get to this point on my blind playthrough, and then I look at it like, actually, yeah, it did, because it took us like 7 or 8 streams to get here, because I didn't necessarily do them one case at a time. Like, I just kind of went for like 3 or 4 hours and then stopped usually, whilst in this I made a point of trying to make it the whole case each stream. We last left off technically at the very end of chapter 5, but it leads straight into 6, so it just made sense. We didn't sell out Kyoko, and so started working towards the good ending. We just got dropped down into this pit instead, and eventually Kyoko decided to take the risk to drop herself down as well. But Kyoko, why'd you come rescue me? To pay a debt, or no, to atone. Atone? During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that, you didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive, other than wanting to live? I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive,
in other words,
is so I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for a very important reason. So you have some reason to come into Hope's Peak.
Indeed.
That's right. Or at least I did once. Once? Until recently I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? Then is it really true you lost your memory? Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? First thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted when I woke up I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point was my memory was gone. At that time I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. What would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the Mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow it would interfere with the Mastermind's plans. Have you figured it out yet? So just micro-adjusting my mic a little bit. So I thought I'd just mute, because every time I've noticed on the playback, when I adjust my mic, you do sometimes hear static on your end, so I was just like, no, I'll try and stop it. My ability, so it would interfere with the Mastermind's plans. So the Mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of this school, and the Mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's what I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask for the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the Mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always a chance that the Mastermind is actually one of us. What? Well, don't make too big a deal of it, it's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The Mastermind, one of us? If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be the Mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. No way, an ordinary kid like me could have been the Mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Just like the dream I had before, but why did it just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Yeah, nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. Said you had a reason for doing investigating on your own. So how did that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. I am the ultimate detective. Does it update at this exact line, or is it like the next line? Hang on. No, it doesn't update yet, but it updates soon. The ultimate detective?
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy was there was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad? Is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Too many S's. Then that explains when Alter Ego told us about he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way.
Huh?
Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what? So,
Kyoko, what's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose of coming here was to find him. That makes sense. But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said that what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked, the shelves were a mess, the desk drawers jumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? Because I'd found this in the headmaster's room. Some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Makuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. Hey, one man. All you've missed is Kyoko has got her memory back, or at least parts of it. Like, she's starting to recover from her amnesia. She knows what her ultimate skill was, and the fact that she lost the ability to remember her ultimate skill clued us in that she's the biggest tool in defeating the mastermind. She's the ultimate detective, which is why, you know, she's always really good at finding evidence and poking around bodies, because she's just naturally gifted at that shit, and she's also the best of it. It's a chemical of her dreams. And the other thing she remembered is that the reason why she came to Hope's Peak Academy wasn't to, you know, be a part of, you know, the regime and whatnot, and, you know, do the school program and whatnot. It's because the headmaster is literally her father, and she wanted answers. And she wasn't saying that the headmaster isn't the mastermind, because the text box, yeah. She wasn't saying that the mastermind wasn't the headmaster, sorry, but out of defense. It's because the headmaster's room was entirely ransacked, so that led to her believing that there's no way. If you'd ransack the entire headmaster's room, you're doing it looking for something, not because you already know where some things are. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I'm wanting Zero's Platinum Trophy while Majima and Kiryu are shirtless. Attaboy, you gotta do it. I assume that if that were true, then that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered what my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor to the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. The D-bag challenge. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. And really ominous. Anything else, Kyoko?
However...
Of course, once I got to the second floor of the dorm, there were no cameras and no monitors, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Makuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
To be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her, and I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so you did kill her.
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. I've never actually played Akiba's Trip, or Akiba's Trip. I've heard about it a bunch of times. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mikuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The Mastermind knew they couldn't interfere. The Mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore the academy.
In other words,
The Mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The Mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the Mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the regulations.
hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mikuro Ikusaba. So could be vindicated. Yeah, fair, dude. What's that? There was a point where Mikuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have been the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... Yeah, that was literally the Mastermind in front of us. During that night, I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the God of Death. Fucking, that is a raw line. Kyoko, Jesus Christ. What? I can hear the God of Death as he moves. The ability naturally draws me into cases, just like this. Well, she's being more literal than you realise. Which it is that she genuinely always seems to stumble into death situations. Is what she's saying. She has a history of stumbling into dead bodies. A little bit more akin to Chuni, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, her words are meant more literally than it seems. She literally has a long history of just stumbling into dead bodies and crime scenes, or inevitable crimes, which is why she stumbled into the room to protect us. Just say it normally, yeah. No. But if you gotta own it. You gotta own it. You know, I'm kind of with it. I'm like, you gotta own it and just like make it all cool. Anyway, the ability actually draws me to cases just like this, which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... whoever the master assailant was, they ended up dead. Cutie, just say you felt power of love. Yeah, the worst part is that you're closer to the mark than you realise. It is genuinely because Kyoko deeply cares about Makoto to a romantic extent. She just doesn't like to use her words.
correct.
I mean, to be fair, the proof is the fact that she willingly risked her own neck to jump down the garbage chute as well to join us down here to try and help us get a way out. Knowing that if she can't find it, she just doomed both of us instead, you know? She wanted to take the risk to make sure we're okay to hop down. It was all the work of the Mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Makuro is the Mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the Mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The Mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And it's not just Makuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the Mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more, and I should be able to figure out the Mastermind's identity. The identity of the other Ultimate Despair. The other Ultimate Despair? There's no doubt that Makuro was the Ultimate Despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the Ultimate Despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the Ultimate Despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about what happened a year ago. Take a shot, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy, who was responsible for that. They're the Ultimate Despair.
It seems...
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're,
Indeed.
make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the Ultimate Despair. And that is our real enemy. Mountain Dew. Oh no, dude. And that's the technical end of Chapter 5, but I said I kind of treat as like leading into 6, so I just kind of kept it with this one. As we have our final 6 survivors. And we get the Dream Island rocket. Which is, like I said, a reference to the prologue that we don't get to see. The ultimate despair. A group of people that caused the tragedy a year ago. Those same people who put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now...
Anyway...
Right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Rattle, rattle. It's locked, but we have a way to open this door. Hey, Kyoko, do you still have that key? Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's the absolutely vital part of ensnaring the Mastermind. I would never part with it. It can open any door in this school, right?
That's right.
That's right. Well, you should be able to use it on that door, right? Like, hint, hint. Kyoko, please. Hey, Kyoko, can we use it on this?
True.
Oh, well, let's find out. Kyoko took out the key to Monokuma's design and slid it into the keyhole. And then... goes into their talents. Yeah, K6 is going to unveil why they were really imprisoned and everything in between.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally, we were finally free, but there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Chapter 6. Ultimate pain, suffering, despair, execution, and death. I love how much higher pitched the Danganronpa announcement is in this. Like, all the rest is like, Danganronpa, and yet that one, it's like a desperate, higher pitched, like, reach out for it. And Hope's Peak, because they were technically ultimate despairs. Ha ha! Correct twist, wrong game. Correct twist, wrong game. There's another game where that is the twist of it. You've got it for the wrong cast of characters. Keep that in mind. No, they are not all the ultimate despairs. No. It's like, it's funny. Like, that is actually the twist of a different game. And I was just like, wow. Unusual. No, but that's not in this. In this one, it's both. You got to keep in mind, this whole game, regardless of what it's going to do, try to have a glimmer of groundedness in it. It's still crazy. The twist and why everything's happening is still batshit insane. But the sequels are crazier. I think it's probably the better way to put it. Like, this game's crazy, but the sequels are crazier. So, like, the twist is slightly in the realms of understanding, whilst the later games get a little bit more like, what the fuck? Like, you have to kind of roll with the punches a little more. Especially V3. V3's twist is the epitome of just roll with the punches, because if you try and think about any of it, you'll notice all the plot holes, and it becomes very frustrating. Once again, digging into V3, I promise I do like that game. I just have a million problems with it. I promise I don't hate that game. It's just, holy shit, some of the problems it has really annoyed me. I was leaving the garbage pit. We found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now you say, I'm getting kind of nervous. I'd be nervous. Nice shot, yeah, right? Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. Don't worry, Danganronpa 2 is like the horniest game in the series. Like, this game's kind of reserved in that sense. Dangan 2 gets horny as fuck. So Kyoko, it's my way to ask you. You said that you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. Yeah, and also his fashion sense. Like, look at those fucking high-heel boots. Like, Kyoko's been wearing them all game long. I only just realized, like, holy shit, she's wearing high-heel boots. Like, oh, damn. Anyway. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh, but how come? It's like your family tradition, right, sir?
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. Hard measure up. There. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existences. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, but I can't say it's entirely irrational. But it's our family's creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains... Before I came here, I was looking up info on the school online. I never saw anything about her. Super fashionable. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family. So I'm going to be level with you. Maybe it's just the area I'm in. I can only think of like 2 people in my life that I've met that I would like describe as like eccentrically fashionable. Everyone else just kind of wears like same old like basic shirts, basic trousers. You know that like the sort of thing they just kind of roll with whatever. Outside of like conventions, I usually don't see people that fancy. I'm just jealous. Yeah. Hid herself on purpose to protect that pride of her family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something that a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you could go as far to enter Hope's Peak, was it because of how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. My own Raisin Stout. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about. There's something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him, face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. And I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented and had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family's name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kick on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell is that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. Yeah, that's because, Makoto, she completely trusts you. So is more willing to, you know, shed the shell a little bit to let you into what she's really thinking. That's why. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true. But there is one thing. One thing I can never forgive. Really? The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind, like I said. I think it was a good thing. But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl who was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life, and I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubts he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that. Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. And we connected by heart. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? And you connected by blood, not heart and soul? I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, I would have been exhausted. We finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of the door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room from, like, case 1? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Kyoko, you forward-thinking... Well, there goes nothing. I reach my right hand up and push against the hatch. The hatch opened up with ease, and so... Looks like we're back.
Whew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. Oh, I'm exhausted. Can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. Maybe you should close this, because if someone trips and falls in there, they're dead. Oh, we got out the garbage pit. Never imagined that's where this led. So what do we do now? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but the Mastermind finds out. And I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma. There's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. She said that she went to the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the Mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The Mastermind is ensnared? You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The Mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Makuro's death. There was a moment where the Mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us to go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Alright, I mean, can I just go get a shower first? I mean, never mind. I just realized, actually, I'll let it off. There's a thing that, like Monokuma said, all of the waterworks in the rooms turn off during nighttime. If it's nighttime, then yeah, I wouldn't be able to get a shower anyway. I like how they continue to play Kyoko's theme as you wander through. Which is ironically called Distrust. I say that it's not actually Kyoko's theme, it just only ever plays when Kyoko's doing stuff, which is why everyone associates it with as Kyoko's theme.
Well.
Hey. Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here?
That's exactly what I thought he'd react. You really gonna be okay?
You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
The guilty party is exposed during the class trial. They alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again. And this time I won't leave anything to chance.
Kyoko, do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However...
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
Now...
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right?
Huh? I lose? You explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because...
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
In other words...
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right?
Hey, what are you talking about?
However...
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all like you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
Right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You made it. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However...
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, into your precious execution machinery. Alter Ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come out to our aid even after you'd, killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Makuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right?
And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well...
And you can prove this, right?
Wow.
No, I can't.
Don't just say it like that. What is this? A comedy routine? To make such bold claims about a shred of evidence.
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now. With a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth.
And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because...
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you love so much to inspire. Well, no, to be fair, Kyoko, the only reason I came here is because you told me to and you're the boss.
However...
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck? And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence.
Indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey.
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey.
Of course, you can say we're just making it all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square, then I suggest you take my advice.
So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Makuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for
one last showdown.
One final battle between hope and despair. Hey.
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, it would be our chance to expose the true identity of Makuro's killer, of the Mastermind themselves. But what reason would the Mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now, what you've suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
In other words...
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will hope win out, or will my despair claim victory? Let's have one final grisly showdown.
He agreed. Then we have a shot at this.
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end. So for the final face-off, you'll have to unearth all of the mysteries that have been buried here.
All?
That's right, every last mystery that's pouring around the school. If you can do that, then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along.
Okay, well good, then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Makuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school, then you win. But if you can't do all that,
We'll face execution, right?
I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me?
We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? As I can't believe how this has still turned out.
Hey.
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? Where one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held?
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure, so what?
Hey.
I want to confirm that is what you said, right? And that's a true statement.
You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Makuro is no exception to that.
Makuro's trial's no exception? Then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Makuro...
Is a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
What?
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden?
I'm done talking. I've got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would you?
Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable.
Leave me alone. Get out of here.
Okay, I'm going. It's just... Are you gonna let me go?
I don't even care anymore. You're gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting all ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Hey.
I'm not reading all that. Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Alright. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away, and just like that, we were out of the gym. could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still have my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However...
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the Mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
So...
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
Because...
It's all because of that one moment, like the Mastermind let their guard down, like I said. So what was it that the Mastermind did that let their guard down?
So...
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the Mastermind said? They said that they hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
Listen.
And what do you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seemed so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However...
And yet somehow the Mastermind was able to do it.
In other words...
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
So...
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost, us killing each other. They wanted to show the world?
Would seem...
The Mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. Those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anyone.
In other words...
So the Mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other, and show that off to the world. But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey.
The outside world is a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
That's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the Mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivations come from despair. But is it really their own reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it makes you, and yet... that same motivation is what led to the Mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words...
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The Mastermind has to be more particular than it is reasonable about their own regulations. If the Mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game but a one-sided slaughter.
At the very least...
At least that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the Mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
Indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules and she was punished, but in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me. Well, Junko in quotation marks, because now we can actually get into it, because this was around the time I started realizing it. There's freckles on Junko that died's face. That's Makuro, who was dressed up as Junko because Makuro was in on the plan but got betrayed. Whilst the real Junko was never involved.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer. They made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
That's true.
Yes, thanks to you. It's due to that failure the Mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, but who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the Mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words...
They would only do the Mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations. But all of that was just a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the Mastermind to accept your challenge?
However...
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance, because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the Mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh, and I just got a small sigh of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I showed my unease, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. Pathetic.
However...
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We still have to win this time.
Correct.
Or everything we've gone through would have been for nothing. Yeah, you're right. If we can't defeat the Mastermind, it will cost us our lives. There's no option except to win. But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the Mastermind. Work together with everyone.
However...
Is that really possible? Huh?
Anyway,
right now we have to go find the
shall
others.
we go?
They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go? Yeah, you're going to get a lot of, like, info dumps throughout this case, because it's the one that it's, like, it's the solving all the problems one. The second game's info dump is huge. In comparison. But they at least space it out a little better. There's so much they have to go over, but they at least space it out a little more. And suddenly we were greeted with... You again. 125. Is he broken? I suppose emotional instability reached its limit. 61. Jeez, what the heck?
However...
I wonder what that was all about. Couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Not only am I not a ghost, I'm going to make a promise to you, hero. It's a very simple one. Anytime you say the word ghost, I slap you. After case 5, anytime you say ghost, I hit you. And we're going to keep doing it until you learn. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. Oh, it's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get it away. Shoo, shoo. And in a flash, my tears dried up.
Yo.
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
You know?
Did you get to talk to her? Oh, Miss Celio. Celio. Fuck, whatever. No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. And who the heck is Miss Celio? I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me either. Do you realize what it is you escaped? Why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego. You saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they've had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you. So, what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again. And? No dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked. But there weren't any new areas. Where can we go to find new clues? So that's... you run physically, mentally, everywhere you can be run. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. It smells so smelly. Super smelly. It smells even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. She seems happy for some reason.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in the extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? It's okay, you're here. What if the Mastermind catches you?
It's true.
Let's race to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. Last class trial?
In other words...
We're going to redo it.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it, like I kept telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the Mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the Mastermind killed Makuro?
That's right.
That's right. It was an elaborate trap contrived by the Mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to stop it.
However...
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What
You
did
spotted
say?
the trap, did you, Makoto? Make it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
However...
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The Mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the Mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
Correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial, when you said now it's the Mastermind who's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. Don't worry, hero. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. Kyoko's like, you bitch! I was going to be like, you fuck, you would say that. So knowing all of this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Makuro, right? So it's our job to expose the Mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school.
Huh?
Every last mystery?
But
But we've been looking around all this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway.
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone? Hey, you said you could agree to those terms while talking to the rest of us. It's fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with my master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
Anyway,
at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. But figuring out who the Mastermind is, and how they killed Makuro, and all the school's mysteries, is a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too at first, until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint?
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns, here's a hint. I'm sure I've told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So in other
If the
words,
Mastermind really is the one who killed Makuro, as Kyoko says, then the Mastermind would have to have had stepped foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Makuro, but there's no way he could get disguised to the scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the Mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. And the Makuro, you get 16. So the Mastermind would have been one of them?
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the Mastermind's one of us? No, it's a ploy. I mean, technically it is one of the 16, but it was one of the 16 that removed themselves from the picture immediately. By having someone pretend to dress up as her and then get killed, so you don't think about it.
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said that all to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The Mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is the one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the Mastermind, they'd have had to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious any time Monokuma was active? Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
But
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right.
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can only rely on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Well then. In his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Master! You didn't take me with him!
Hey.
Do you blame him?
Well, Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. You're totally useless. So bye.
That Toko trudged out the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
No.
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself, too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the Mastermind's identity. Okay, so Hero's gonna be useless. Keep that in mind. Laughing loudly, Hero left the dining hall.
Everyone's really gone off by themselves.
What about you, Hina?
I guess I'll do the same thing.
But
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know, but up till now I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else.
Toko, not be hard, get the DMs. You're not useless. You hadn't been here, I would have died.
Makoto? That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
okay.
So I figure, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that will help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later.
Hina was surprisingly high spirits as she dashed up the dining hall. And once again, it was just us two.
Indeed.
Indeed. So you're going to go off on your own too, right,
However-
Kyoko? Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So...
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. Yeah, we're a Scooby-Doo gang. A hero's the dog. And then we can get back together and show what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then...
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. And visit all the places we couldn't go to before.
Makoto.
Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. And with that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search, so I can't believe the Mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove the Mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the Mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. And then we can all escape together. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mikuro Monokuma file. Due to an explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. There were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with the knife, which went completely through the body. They'd also been stuck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Oh yeah, Box 16's kicking in again, my favourite track in the game. Once we find out who killed Mikuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the Mastermind is. So we should start my investigation to figure out who killed her. Guess I should start with the rooms where we're locked up till now. The headmasters, the biolab, the door in the data center with Mono's face on it. Oh, on the second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before, that should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder. Which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. And I like how they give you a list of all the areas you gotta check out, because there's a lot of fucking places you need to go check out. And also, because we picked up a hint, it resets the track, because fucking PSP title, I guess. Which is a shame, because we was just about to get to my favourite part of the track, but now by the time it takes us to run to all these fucking places, you'll hear it. But yeah, at any point, you can bring up your truth bullets, and do this, and you can just go through all the places that you haven't been to. Because there's so fucking many. So you've got the headmaster's room on the 4th floor, the biolab on the 5th, the door in the data center on the 4th floor, the 2nd floor of the dorm, and then there's all the areas previously related, so the dojo and the garden. So let's head out. The 2nd floor of the dorms, which is there, I'm going to leave that till last. Because that's like the bigger pieces of the puzzles. We'll be backing and forth in some areas anyway, but still. As this track just keeps on ripping. Because you get a nice sax in there as well. Just, oh, I love this track so much. To be honest, my favourite part of the track is this bit. Anyway, first I'm going to go to the headmaster's room, then we'll do the data center, then we'll do the biolab. Hey Byakuya, this is the headmaster's room. An awful lot about this. This is my first time seeing it for myself. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Some of it makes me feel anxious. There are trophies and even a shield in a display case.
Come on.
Hey, Makoto, are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive you just because it's your you? When you get out of here, remember this moment. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've clicked on everything. It's like, are you really just going to, like, check everything and not say a word to me, you bug? Oh, you came at the right time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. At the top of the pathetically ostentatious desk. Stop using big words. Class 78, the student registry. Contains profiles of all of us and Makuro.
So in other
Apparently
words...
Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Makuro's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right, it also mentioned Class 78. This must have been where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in her along with hers...
In other words...
There can be no doubt Makuro was a student here at Hope Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Makuro Ikusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko is in a hurry. What do you mean? What about when she stole it? The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry, she only got the first page. The first page? Correct, Makuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So in
other words, when it comes to this profile, there is more information about Makuro than we still didn't have. What kind of info? Why did you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. Top isn't Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. We appeared suddenly in the background entity floats, case but just out of reach, the entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Makuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to push forward my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Makuro's behaviour too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves a tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all responsible measures. Makuro was a part of Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Makuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why would they kill Makuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Makuro was capable of. They wouldn't have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind was even stronger than Makuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. You have an important bit of information within the file that you should notice. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? The girl seems to be included as part of our Class 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about the girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, even lists her vitals to 31, 22, 32. 5 foot 7, huh? And 97, huh? Chest 31, That was Makuro the whole time. And she got killed way back in Case 1. I remember, because the only reason I'm like making a point of saying it, because it was around this time I figured it out on my blind playthrough. And then like everything that came afterwards was like proving it to myself. What happened is that the real Junko was masterminding all this time, already in the room. We had someone dressed up as Junko. And although they were supposed to work together, at some point the actual Junko betrayed Makuro and killed her off to get rid of her. To get rid of a loose end, basically. And it also then buried any connection to them and buried any responsibility Junko could have. Well, what do you think? What do I think? You're asking me like if she has a nice body? You're a hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say... Is it Byakuya's caught on as well? Byakuya knows that Makuro was the Junko. Is there a chance the body isn't actually Makuro? Is that what he's saying? No. He's saying the body is Makuro, but Makuro was originally the one that was dressed as... You get it. Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear.
That's all I'm trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice for me to use, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. Thought about getting along, she's done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her.
In other words...
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. Hey, look, I already risked my life. What are you trying to say? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't as you will. Keep that in mind. Thanks. Byakuya, if only you knew. If only you knew the relationship Makoto and Kyoko are going to be having throughout the course of the series. And like the on again, off again, will they, won't they relationship these two fucking have that never got complete closure because they just never continued that storyline properly. They just left it as they have crushes on each other, but work be work at the end of Danganronpa 3. Registry, apparently that's us. Everyone I met in the beginning, Amakuro. Okay, it's just the same old. Oh, hey Makoto. Are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door. That's why I figured, if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that should be open too, right? Although I couldn't bring myself to open it. Because it might explode, right? And that really sucks, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but it made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Alright, so I guess I'll open it. Oh, wait, let me take cover first. I want to get exploded. You know, race over to a nearby desk and hit underneath it. Alright, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, it goes nothing. Threw my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Yeah. And is the Monokuma controlling room. There was no explosion, thankfully. I'm sure with the guitar right now. Wait until we get to Kill Command in Danganronpa 2. Kill Command's one of my favourite tracks in the entire franchise, and that rips. That track just goes crazy. There's no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was... Oh, I think like the Japanese version of the track is something called like Ikarashira, or like Ekarashira. But that's like that track's god tier. I would say that Hope Searching in V3 is pretty good as well. It's just my problem with it is that like V3 soundtrack as a whole has a more like jazzy and chill vibe as a whole. So like it's more like its version of like the loud endgame track just isn't as loud because it still has the vibes it's trying to keep. It just has a little bit more rock in it. It's totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Oh, here's a fun little bit of trivia for you. That little hatch is like a 5-foot big mini little panic room. It's just a minuscule panic room, and it's locked right now. The Mastermind's literally in there. The Mastermind is literally just chilling in there. Because all the doors are unlocked. The Mastermind knows if she was just still controlling Monokuma and whatnot, we'd just walk in on her. So we have to... So she's just chilling in there, and we can't access it because it's locked. Some kind of hatch on the floor, but right now I'm more concerned about what that weird device is. Well, I don't even think it's locked. I just think these guys don't check it. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. Really over the top, though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Ifumi-'d probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit? So the Monokuma room is a control panel that looked like some kind of cockpit? Then could that mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at whatever. I'm going to start pushing buttons. Wait, hold on, you don't just put just or whatever, something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you just push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was this one, the button that says Data Center. Data Center? Take a look at the control panel. Just saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed. But the data center, that's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. Probably go check it out. Yeah, please, I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer from you from over here. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? This is so weird. Monokuma's just there. Also, look how tall this thing is. This thing's like about 3 and a bit foot tall. Hey!
Grr! Grr! Give me all your donuts!
Huh? Is that you, Hina?
What? Aw, man, busted? How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this?
Some kind of remote control camera setup? I don't even know what you're controlling.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
I guess I found a self-destruct button.
Whatever you do, don't push it!
Too bad.
Aw, man! Are you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. I'm glad you're having fun, Hina. Now let me go on it. I want to go terrorize Byakuya for a minute. Rosasha, I'm going, yeah! Oh, hey, Makoto. I think it was that just now. Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma.
Huh?
Monokuma? What, for real? Yeah, it looked like the panel definitely controls Monokuma. That is smacks embodied in the guitar riff. But if you want the track for yourself, Danganronpa OST, box 16. As in BOX and then the number 16. Because box 15 is the original version, and then once it's revealed there's a 16th student, 16 starts playing instead, which has the rock. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The Mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And that control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the Mastermind could monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the Mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside this school the whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true...
Yeah, it's a very polarizing approach, I know, but enough puns, here's a hint. I'm sure I've told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And you need people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began. Sorry, I had to listen to music. Are those 16 students?
Then the Mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is the 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right? Of course, the track gets reset again. So when you pick up a clue, the nature of it being originally a PSP title. Anyway, what's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh, it's nothing. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay? I'm gonna say it to be hitching. Oh, well, it's just... This is where the Mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I'll say it isn't possible. I really hope it's not true. So, like, I'm gonna leave soon. There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste a lot of time standing around here. Okay, you wanna get going? Yeah. Hey, do you wanna check this hatch on the ground first? What's wrong with her? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Ugh. She's literally in there. And the moment we leave, yeah, the data lab locks. Because it's like, okay, you've got what you need. Let me be Monokuma again. The Mastermind's like, let me have sight again. The door, as it was closed, we heard a strange sound. What was that? The door just locked on its own. What? And shut up to grab the doorknob. You're right, locked, but why?
Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted.
Monokuma? Hey, no fair, you can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit, because if the room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving.
Then that room...
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are.
So right now, you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
But it doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and didn't see anyone.
Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you're as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch?
Yeah, I wanted to. No way. The hatch on the floor?
Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, that hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever.
So it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but still. Bloody girl high school student thinks a villain sounds like. Which is perfectly fitting considering who the Mastermind is.
Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others.
You know what's a real crime? Actually, because like the real Junko doesn't get revealed until the actual case, and also the actual trials of voice, I don't get to do a Junko voice until like the last few lines of the game when the trial ends. That's just a crime. Anyway, please. It's a crime for you guys, so you don't get to hear me do my Valley Girl impression anymore, and it's a crime for me because I don't get to do a Psycho Valley Girl. Anyway, he's gone, but was he telling the truth? The Mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure. Huh? Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be open from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna run around tell everyone what we found here. Nice. You've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Alright, I'm out. See you later. Hina took off in a full sprint. I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Alright, we're done with the 4th floor. Let's move up to the 5th. We've got a biolab to check out. And the biolab, for me, was like the most damning piece of evidence that proved to me that like Junko was the mastermind. And it's simply because of numbers game. When you get to the biolab, in here, you'll be able to find where all the bodies are stored. The reason why this door is locked is because every time someone was killed, this is where their body was inevitably stored. If you count the amount of safes, but then consider how many people have died, the numbers don't match. And so you realize one of the bodies was used again, and that led me to confirming Makuro was reused, so Junko is still around. Anyway, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. Like a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? If you count them, you can literally count them off. You can literally go, Sayaka, Makuro, Leon, Chihiro, Mondo, Hifumi, Taka, Celeste, Sayaka, Sakura, sorry. That one's not got the light on. These ones aren't in use. But there was a body in the 5th case, meaning one of these bodies was used again. Which would be Makuro. You get it? As soon as I realized this, I remember as soon as I went into this room, I literally just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hang on a minute. I remember that so distinct. That was like my damning piece of evidence as far as I was concerned. I just went, hang on a minute, when I saw that. Because there's another body missing. Also, how they managed to fit Sakura in here is beyond me, but whatever. I mean, Mondo would have been easy. I don't even know why they bothered keeping the freezer on for Mondo. It like, but there's just like a tub of butter in one of the. Anyway. It goes again, yeah. There's a stack of tarps here. Seeing a lot of those things lately. What I also actually appreciate with the later games, as much as I love this track isn't that long before it starts looping. In the sequels, like their like rocker final days tracks are way longer. And like the way they do it in Dangan 2 cheats a little bit, but it works. Because they play the rock version, and then it naturally transitions into the original, and then once it does a full loop of the original, it then transitions back into the rock one. So the track itself becomes longer, sort of thing, by doing like the whole thing in the rock remix, and then going to the original, and then back to the remix. Whilst Hope Searching, the V3 track, is genuinely like a 7-minute long track. Because of all the smooth jazz that just kind of slowly but methodically takes its time for its pieces. I think a lot of those things lately. It's so cold. Why is it so cold in here? It's the first thing I have to figure out. There's some kind of weird machine that's going through the wall. On the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. On the other side, some kind of weird machine built on the wall. I've seen something like this before. Oh, that's it. It's kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean the biolab is directly actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. Yeah, you should probably brave inspecting a body, Makoto. Some kind of weird machine or something. Right-hand lights are off. Fucking goddamn you. Is there anything else we can investigate in here? Now, I guess now we've established it's some more. It might let us explore more. It's like a tarp. I'm seeing a lot of them. There's some kind of booklet here. It's like an instructor's manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, I can read, and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. The song is too good to concentrate. Yeah, like I said, they always rip. So my favourite is still Kill Command from 2, but this track rules as well. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our systems, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, so we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is an instruction manual for the fridge? Well, looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It's some kind of makeshift morgue. You know what I mean? That's going to reset the track? Yep. What about those lights by each slot? It looks like they're set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue. Another one of the victims is the biolab lights. I can't get my emotions to take control right now. There's only one thing I need to do for everyone who died, and that's defeat the Mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. You know, I think for Makoto's sanity, it's probably good he realized that it was a morgue and there's bodies in there without having to open one of them. Being able to deduce some other things. Because imagine just opening it and you just see like an old friend's like dead face. You'd be like, okay! I don't have any other option. Especially if he opened Sayaka's, that would have been a real fucking nail in the coffin for the poor man's sanity. Because that was like the first girlfriend. That was his ex. Just open it and you just see her fucking face looking back at you. You'd be like, oh! Well, not looking, but you know what I mean. Alright, that's all of these upper floors to investigate. I mean, I don't think there's anything we can investigate in here. We can double check. The gore room. No, there's nothing in here. Okay, we can leave. Oh no, actually, we're not done. We need to investigate the previous crime scenes. So we said we'd return to them, so we need to go to the dojo and then the flower room. Oh, Toko, so this is where you went.
What do you want?
What do you want? Am I so disgusting? You want me out of your sight? No, not at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not a single clue. I figured since the place was related to the case, it would have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko. Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When anyone finds out, they're going to call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's going to say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I think there are many clues here, so let's get going. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in here. I found a clue in here, but it's just a Mastermind's attempt to frame Kyoko. No, it wasn't, you fuck. It's more elaborate than that. I mean, it was, but it was 2 in 1. I don't think there's anything else we can... Oh, thanks for the coins that we can't use because we're in the last case of the game. Yeah, those arrows were the arrows that were in Makura that were removed because it would have made it obvious if we saw it. And the reason why there's blooded tape underneath it wasn't to bring them together and bludgeon. It was to make it so it was easier to move the body without blood spilling. Put tape over all the wounds. It's not the end-all be-all solution, but it's something. Huh. It's gone. Makura's body. It's not here. Yeah, because he cleaned up. Or she cleaned up. Well, he's in the tool shed. I better check this to be sure. Find anything close to a dead body. Either it must be. Could it be in the biolab? Of course, it's not the only thing I need to check in here. So there's one other thing. The tarp. The tarp played a key role in the case, so I better look into it. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't even notice this before, but there's a small stamp on the corner of the tarp. Yeah, she literally took Makuro's body out of the morgue, ditched it there, but covered up all the wounds with tape, and then used it to frame us. It says biolab, and it originally came from the lab. The tarp's been added to the throughput section of your handbook. I don't think there's anything else here. I mean, we could expect the crazy diamond pickaxe, but that's not relevant right this second. Same thing that's written on the back of Mondo's coat. You guys reconstructed Mondo. Strange. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can get out of this yet. We can check on the chickens, though. Make sure they're fine. That's what we need to check here. No, it's not. There are still just 4 chickens left. Honestly, I'd be kind of terrified if there were more than that. Yeah, let's get out of here. Now we're done with this area. We need to head back down because we've got the dorm to check, right? Yeah, we've done the headmaster's room, we've done the biolab, we've done the door to the data center, and we've done both the garden and dojo. So it's just literally the dorms. The second floor of the dorms, which is... The second floor of the dorms is less about who the mastermind is and more about the general mystery of the game. Which is why it's, like, literally, like, in terms of area, so disconnected from everything else. Because it's more about the actual mystery of the game and not, you know, figuring out what's going on with Junko. And the only reason I'm doing the full runaround instead of warping is because it's like the last time we're going to be seeing this building, so I kind of will just kind of enjoy my little nostalgia trip of visiting all these areas again. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. This is the second floor of the dorms? It's like some ancient ruins. It's like a battlefield, like a bomb blew up here or something. But it's completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even a bed anymore, it's just garbage. Thanks to the coins, though. The cracked glass rooms immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. No, we can't do anything in this room yet. It's more just set building. Like, hey, look at this chaos. Oh, there's still a bathroom up here, though, that we can go check. That's surprisingly intact. There's literally nothing in here. It's just like, how is this room intact? Can we check the other one as well? Or is Makoto like, no, you're in a place like this, I can't bring myself to go. It's an investigation, you check everything, you fuck. This room is filled with lockers. Must have been from Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Small metal plate mounted to the locker. We want to know what's inside, but there's no way. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader on the door. Must have been able to get your locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open those up. Does that mean? Let's just give it a try. Took out my handbook and ran it across the card reader. And then? No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which would mean none of us can do it. Imagine these would... Can't imagine any of these way to get this locker open. I'm not going to bother trying. Good, yeah, you can investigate all of these fucking lockers. But we can't do anything with them yet. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It's more of an adult atmosphere.
Correct.
This is the headmaster's private room. Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I had to check it out one more time. A regret? Kyoko looks almost meek right now. I must be thinking about something. Probably shouldn't bother her. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair.
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened a year ago. They're the worst sort of people whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands
Correct.
on. I see. That's a good outlook to have. The ultimate despair has been added. Right, let's check the obvious and fake wall. Huh, there's a strange gap in the wall. Some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here, but not a normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze? It's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick. Yet, so easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up. But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there. You're right, it's not really enough to go on.
True.
I looked through all his paperwork and the files on PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I need desire to, but nothing that might have been his password.
Whew.
When I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden room that she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can only assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, that's more than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something that she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh? Sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well?
Not like you need my permission. You want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Alright. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Alright. In that case, it goes nothing. I collected myself, turned to the face of the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, as if I just finished typing it in. Beep. What? That did it? Kyoko, it worked!
Why?
Why? Kyoko? Well, looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Hey, Kyoko. Maybe I wasn't even being in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered in such joy. That's what made it so unusual. There's a brightly colored box to tell you our place here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm kind of getting a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Do you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous, but surprising, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it's what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway.
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Oh, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath, and then took hold of the lid. And slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... What did he say? Kyoko's advice was no use. I let our trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last time I expected to see in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined...
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Let me guess what was inside. Human bones. Just as you thought? How could you have known? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones. Well, it's not like I was thinking of the bones specifically. It just... I had a feeling it'd be his body. Human bones. Because Makoto's having a moment. It's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. Yeah, the reason why Kyoko didn't react is because she had already accepted her father had been killed. That's what's left of her father. Just a box of bones. Kyoko already lost her chance. And like missed her chance entirely to get to say or do anything to try and talk to her father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box? Those bones? That body? That's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? That's Kyoko's dad? The same man she'd been searching for. Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, Headmaster is a man in his late 30s. Seems possible, even likely, he's somewhere in the school right now.
Very polarizing approach, I know, but
Oh yeah, the hint, that there's 16 people. And only 16. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here, but the only one who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume that most likely my father was in this school, but he is also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Well, no. She wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility, but I have to believe that at some point, she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked at the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties, but was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing that it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride for that? I couldn't help but wonder. A picture? Oh, look at little baby Kyoko. Aww. It's all faded, but it must be pretty old. Wait, is that a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
Why would you?
Well, this is annoying. Came in to cut myself free from the past, and yet... to find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? And I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Why? What? I want to face him and tell him myself. Cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. In Island County seems kind of place you'd find a clue. Take a closer look. But I think Kyoko would like some stranger like me touching her dad's stuff.
Hey.
It's fine. Check whatever you want. You sure? Okay then. I went through each drawer, one by one, starting from the top. But all I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. He couldn't have inherited our family's business, our legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
Now,
if he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. I feel like I shouldn't make pointless small talk right now. Maybe I should just look around a bit. I was like, yeah, Kyoko's not going to be in the mood to chat. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without permission. Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like. You sure? Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Alright then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... is this? It's an e-handbook, right? The label on it says emergency. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
a handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I mean, you're probably right. Might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? But Kyoko, I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Alright, I'll take it. Is it really okay?
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? A favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but... could you leave? Huh?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I just... like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little. I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad, how you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul, but maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory, and this isn't the issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened and what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway...
once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. Really okay? Yoko must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. I wonder what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the Mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster's dead. You know, speak staff. Oh, whoops, whack the mic. Lois like you was the Host Peak's headmaster. So that same person may very well be the Mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. Seems possible, even likely, he's somewhere in the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the Mastermind, which means the Mastermind's true identity is... Yeah, one of the 16. 15 of us met in the main hall. Add Makura to the mix, you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Even Makuro. She's undeniably dead. So the ones still alive are... Me, smiles. Byakuya Togami. This fuck. Toko. Hina. And Kyoko. Only 6 people are still alive. And there's no question. Wait, no, there can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There has to be. Hang on. Just wanted to a message. Desk assigned computer. Must belong to the headmaster. Okay, thanks for the coins. I don't think there's anything else we can get in this room. I think we have to head back to the locker room. I wonder if I can open this locker. Card reader. Must maybe get into locked door. After all, it's pretty similar. Use your e-handbook. Does that mean... Well, I'll just give it a try. I took out... Why would you run yours? No luck. Maybe I can use the locker open, which means I don't think I can do it. But wait, but what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Got one more try. Yeah, fucking do it then, you idiot. Beep. Alright, that's what I was hoping for. Let's see what we got inside. Look, it's totally disorganized. Whoever it belonged to probably has an organization problem in every part of their life. It's a crystal ball? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order. And dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever's stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible. I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. And when I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I had been evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. This is our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contains large numbers of notes of a variety of different classes. Which would mean... He attended classes here? That can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to this school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had any chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? Like I said, this is more about the overarching mystery, not just about the Mastermind. See anything that might be a clue. Oh, whoops, I'm going to click on the one slightly left of it, but... Aha! It's practically empty. There's one thing, some kind of pocketbook. There's no name on it, so I can't see for sure whose it is. There's something written inside, it could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but let's take a better look. It's a girl's handwriting. All the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been very meticulous. Huh? I was looking through the pocketbook and my hand froze when I got to a certain page. It sounds like familiar written there. Words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here into a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happened to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some details regarding the plan. He's already said, the point is to keep our students' prodigies safe and keep them from as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world. to serve as a foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. That's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. Can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew what it was that the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. Could be anyone else. But if it belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in his locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her father since he left when she was little. So I had to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly, just having to be the headmaster, my father. What does it all mean? Quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I've been looking for something that would prove me wrong about the whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, and scrawled. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could it possibly make any sense? But the more I see, the less sense it makes. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are these things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems to belong to Hiro? A pocketbook that belongs to Kyoko? There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. And I have to believe in everyone. I don't think there's anything else in these other lockers, so it doesn't hurt to check. Oh, thanks for the coins. And these are all technically busted. Ding dong, bing bong.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
What? Now he wants to give us a hint? Suspicious, no doubt about it. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Oh, hey, Hiro. What? Makoto! Why'd you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You actually talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hiro, wait. There's no point actually trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hiro? Looks like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? It's just me, you bitch. Show yourself.
Hello! Welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you.
The envelope? This must be the envelope.
And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside.
What?
Don't worry, just get on with it.
Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope. And I opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. Yeah, Celeste, Mondo, Leon, Makuro, Sayaka, Hiro, Sakura, Hifumi, Taka. Junko's face is conveniently covered so you don't notice that there's no freckles on her face. Chihiro, Kyoko, Toko, Hina, and Byakuya. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. Oh, yes, I like how Makoto, he doesn't say, like, someone between Mondo and Hiro, or there's someone, like, between these four, or there's someone over to this side. No, his brain focuses immediately onto the ex-girlfriend. He immediately focuses onto Sayaka, because he can't help himself. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true, I do recognize her. That's right, when Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, we looked at that file. Makuro Ikusawa. And the girl is... What? Why? Why is Makuro here of everyone else? Even more than that. Just having everyone here pose like this isn't weird enough by itself. We were wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. I like how Celeste doesn't want to be in the photo. Neither does Byakuya. Like, right on the edges, they're both just like, ugh. I would have loved to have seen some of these characters in their uniforms, though. Look at Hina on the right there. She looks great with that school uniform. Like, Toko looks a bit more professional. Taka looks like a fucking businessman. Like, even, like, Sakura has got, like, a cool, like, ripped jacket that she didn't have before. Like, come on. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. This I caught on immediately as well. The envelope have pictures of everyone but the person who took the photo. To try and confuse everyone more, make them doubt each other. So Hero got a bunch of photos where everyone but he was in it. So now he doubts everyone, which is why he was avoiding us when we went out. Like, I caught onto that immediately. Like, it's deliberate. It's the Mastermind just trying to fuck us over one more time. As I whack my mic. I need to raise it up. I need to, like, put it, like, there so I don't keep on hitting it. I've got it too low, I think. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember even taking a picture like this. I went to junior high Osaka, but the first time I met everyone here was when I arrived at Hope's Peak. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture. But what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know everyone until they got here. But if the picture is real, then that could that mean, could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is...
How long are you going to keep this up, this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're getting kind of in the way of standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would it be if I gave you all the answers? That'd totally be out of left field.
That means he's done talking. Damn it. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with all that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Yeah, that was the point. Of course Monokuma wants to make you more confused. You literally went to the trap, hook, line, and sinker. That's what Monokuma was going for. He put together a fake photo just to confuse me. It looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. I should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Oh, jeez, I don't know where everyone was. Oh, at least it tells you. We gotta go... Byakuya's in the archive. Where else would he bloody be? Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! Oh, of course he didn't, he just walked away. Yeah, because he had seen a photo of everyone but him, so now he feels like he's the one getting played. What the? Why was he acting like that? Is he personally trying to avoid me? Hero's there. Toko's in the biolab. I play this song way too much. It's because it's the investigation track. And because we're in the investigation, it's going to keep playing. And it's just a long investigation, so they're just going to keep it playing. Hey, Hero. Makoto! What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No! Sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hero, what's wrong? I'm talking a notebook I found. He's avoiding me. Is he afraid of me? Why? Don't worry, when we get to the K6 of Dangan 2, they mix it up a bit. Like, they play, like, the remix version more in Case 5. Case 6, they have a bunch of remixes as, the, like, you learn more of the mysteries, just to keep it spiced up. But this is the original game, so yeah, it's got some parts of it. So I'd visit the lab one more time, and the first thing I noticed when I got there was her passed out again. Toko? Oh yeah, because she foolishly It's open. Oh, but Toko. Yeah, but what do you mean? Let me just take out this. Oh, fine. I'll fucking talk to Toko. Toko, you okay? No. She's not dead, is she? Oh, it's cold. It's super cold. Like, so cold I think I might catch cold. If you keep taking naps like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep? Oh, I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Oh, then what? Hot and bothered, straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember is me waking up just now. What did you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts every time you switch. Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it's like a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. Oh, it's more like half. Genocide Jack's memory. All I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byaku's around somewhere doing his own investigating. By himself. I assume so. I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Just like Jack shot off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. So we've got to ask her about that picture. Oh, there's no point talking to her anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There'll be some reason for it. Gee, I wonder if it's because she saw blood. The fridge is open. I'm sure it was all shut tight last time I was here. Must be why she passed out. Right. Fucking Christ, where did you arrive? She faints so easily. Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Yeah, it's a morgue. Yeah.
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, saw what was there, and well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why does everything got to be so difficult with her? Anyway, we should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea. Give me a hand with this. Approach the fridge, hands outstretched, but suddenly she stops. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Makuro's body is in here. Makuro's? Makuro's body is inside the fridge?
I see.
It's just like every other time. The Mastermind probably brought it here up when we were in the class trial. The Mastermind did it. Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the Mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait, that's it. What am I, your dog? Or do you just like the company? So, did you find anything? I should ask Kyoko about that group photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. Oh, you mean the one about the hint or something? Oh, I didn't take him up on the offer. Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us and to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. Wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Aw, you trust her, even despite everything. Well, I said probably in spite of everything, or because of everything is why you trust her. She's right. Did the Mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's got to be it. There's no other explanation. On the left side of the refrigerator, a bunch of blue lights. And these aren't. It would seem the blue lights come on when a slot is occupied. So when someone is dead, the light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights are on, including Makuro's. That's 9 in all. 9? 9 lights? Yeah, that hint, there should be 10. If there's 16 and there's only 6 left, there should be 10. Literally, even ignoring all that, but no. The fridge made for storing dead bodies. Can't do it, I can't look inside. The fridge instruction manual. You know, I think I've seen a top list somewhere before. Oh, it's the same one as I found in the garden tool shed. Remember, but that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said Biolab. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the Biolab and took it over there. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Geez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief. So did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and traces of blood. It seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? But what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were either dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which completely through the body. They'd also been stuck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with of wounds, but these seem to be at least several days old. Yeah, it's in the file. She died several days ago. She was one of the first ones to die. And the other option is the other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because...
All the Mukuma file says that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever. Then, like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? But all we got from the file right after is that she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there would be no way they could have had anything to do with it.
So then...
But what if Mikuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
At the very
Certainly
least...
you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, only using their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work, but beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future. Kyoko's account.
Hey.
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about your condition of the body, now's the time. When I think of it, there was one more thing. Earlier when I was looking at Makuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5'7", 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get that right? You remembered all that? They were indeed consistent with the corpse. So then,
Indeed.
and don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case, without a doubt, is Makuro Ikusaba.
And?
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
Then
it looks like we have no further business with Makuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, you're not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad, leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad? Did you forget she was our enemy once? A part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still. You really are naive, you know that. It's really quite appalling. She could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. For someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then...
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now... Fucking then do it! Why do I have to click on her again? Hey Kyoko, I do have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go ahead and out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms? I do, yes. But to get to any of those lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belonged to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's room.
And?
So, what did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after going through it, I think it must have been your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What?
Huh?
If that's true...
Could that mean that video is real too? Video? Makoto, I think everything's finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes. Okay, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker of my own handbook. After all, it would seem it is my locker. Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it will all make sense. A DVD, and it says Class 78 Urgent Interview.
So...
I found it in the hidden room after you left. I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realise exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of us... That makes sense right now, but I guess it means some important clue on this DVD. Which means we're going all the way back down to the first floor to go to the AV room. Okay, Okay, now it's my turn. You have a second to listen to my ramble. Ramble?
In other words,
So as it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. Talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. And all because of the Mastermind.
however,
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the Mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the Mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the Mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why is it? Why does it bother me so much to know he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. There was a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So that's it for my rambling. There's still so much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But to keep this in mind, there is only ever one absolute truth. Whether the truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Then behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. Got a DVD from Kyoko. Should head back to the AV room and check it out. Kyoko said something about a hopeless truth. But no matter what happens, I won't lose hope, even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose. I'm not going to run all the way back down to the first fucking floor. Nice full circle, because this was the thing that started putting Case 1 into motion at the start of the game, and now here we are back in this fucking room. I should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well then, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said it was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka! To me by total surprise, I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school? I accept. What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard. Yes, now it's the part of what was happening outside the school that so radically made it so everyone just had to stay. That we had to lock ourselves in and stay. And then what led to us all getting our memories wiped that started this killing game. We were all here at one point before. Something happened and we had to wipe our memories. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? So I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor of the video I thought finished flashed back on screen. I started back to the screen. And also I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. Impossibly, undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed to be a fairly normal conversation. But the I in here now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of ever meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real! I said yes!
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same screen again and again with the others. Byakuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said they agreed to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly, but I doubt she had met him. She had sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father, and when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just a monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie, looks like it broke. Out of service.
What? So it just so happened to break just now? Yeah, to make sure we don't see Junko's real face to realize it's different.
Too bad.
Now, then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
Failure in my ass, you cut the power on purpose. But whatever. Even as I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them a question, and they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself, I let out a huge exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, that was the point my memory was gone. At that time I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. A convenient outcome. Something that seems to obviously work in favor of the Mastermind. So that's mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or...
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives would be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. You little poet. I don't have a choice, I have to do this. Alright then, this is the end. I guess I'm the first one this time. You're early, Makoto.
Listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However...
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said... Byakuya! Byakuya? They all arrived, one after the other. But they were all in the same state of shock. Yeah, because they saw the photo. So the photo that had everyone but them in it to confuse them more. So they think everyone's against them. Hina? Hero? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was a deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me.
Ma chalet. Strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot. My lines are ablaze.
Yes!
Now listen, everything will be fine if you leave it to me. With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil.
But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys.
That's what the masters want. It could be a boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Where am I?
Never mind. No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Kyoko! Even Kyoko's like, you could have actually helped for a second.
Is everyone here? Ooh, and wearing our gloomy Gus faces, I see.
Well now.
Well, let's begin. The final class trial is going to be slathered in pitch black despair. Claim maximum sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair.
What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know. If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year.
Slight hint, it's a girl. Tiara instead of, like, crap. Anyway.
I'm gonna win this game super fair and square. And I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than their hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already.
Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below. So don't try and run away.
I mean, as loud as ever, Monokuma. Basically, all date Junko. I think I could just use the head upstairs a little bit more than the head downstairs to not. Because the head upstairs would be like, no, it isn't a ha ha ha, don't be digging crazy. It's that, no, she will literally end your life. Yeah, no. Look at it disappeared. Whatever. This will be over in no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. And nobody made eye contact, nobody said a word, they just disappeared into the elevator. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
However,
but you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so. Well, you can tell us all about it soon. So you can say the same for Kurumi. Yeah! Yeah, alright, fair point, well made. Class trial. Yeah, you're right, I'm ready.
So...
Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And Kyoko is aboard the elevator. Making my way. But the thing is, I get along with cats, so there's at least a little bit more of a chance Kurumi would spare me, so... Step after step towards the gaping maw, I resolved this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body. And finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend, deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, and deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper it fell. The word's losing its meaning. I closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later, I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site?
What do you think? Isn't it just a perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage. The always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in this one. I'll just sit right there in the vacant 16th seat. Well then, let's begin!
No quote. No special catchphrase, you're just straight in. We have 17 truth bullets to work with to begin with. Actually, kind of little amount. Technically 16, because the places to check it was just a notepad for us. The file, the control room, the tarp, the profile, what the ultimate despair is, the present, the photo of Kyoko and the headmaster, the emergency handbook, the locker notebook, the locker pocketbook, the biolab's secrets, the lights revealing how many are dead, the suspicious group photo, the memory switch, Kyoko's account, and the DVD. Once again, I'm going to go get a glass of water, because once we're done with Dangan 1, I think I'm gonna give a small break. Like I will cover Dangan 2 soonish, but I'm gonna give a small break just because as much as I love doing all the voices, it is starting to wear on my throat a little bit. Maybe you've started to notice as it's gone on. It's starting to catch up to me a little bit. But I'm gonna go get some water, and so I'll be back in just a couple minutes. See you in a minute. I'm back. That's why I don't voice live. Yeah, but I love doing it. It does strain the throat a little bit, but I love doing it, so I don't care. That's me in a nutshell. I always have so much fun doing it, and I can just have a fucking sip of water. I can have a bottle of water, is what I got now, as I lean back. I got a bottle of water with me. So I'll just take sips of that as I go. And besides, we're doing the trial, so most of it's voice acted, so I'll be saying far less anyway. I'll be realistic. Yeah, but I can do it. I don't lose my voice, it just starts to sting after a bit. And it doesn't sting anywhere near as much as it used to when I do it, because I've been doing it for years. So before I did live streaming, I did Let's Plays for 5 years. And I voiced everything in them as well. And so I've trained my voice pretty well. Like, it doesn't get anywhere near as bad as it used to. And it gets better and better each time. It's just, I like doing it. No, at one time. Well, I wouldn't go that extreme. All the voices I do are within a certain range. In time and brace. Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't go beyond a certain range. I only go so gritty, or so deep, or so high-pitched sort of thing. I keep it within the realms of what my throat can handle. The years of me doing Solid Snake impersonations have long since passed. I can't really do them anywhere near as well as I used to, because, you know, I did a little damage to my throat. Anyway, our skills are the same as it was in Case 5, because we had no ability to get any more, which is more focus, better aim, the focus drains a little slower, and, yeah, this. BTB, but like, if you're feeling icky, don't continue. Yeah, I mean, I'll always take the, like, know when to stop taking it and when to, you know, take the risk and when not to sort of thing. But, honestly, it's gotten easier and easier the longer I've done it, so it doesn't bother me at all. Let's dive into this chaos of a case, though.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the Mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the Mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Straight into it, no, like, try to defy it. It's like, no, we've got to explain this first. Yeah, I said, I won't go that far. I have a range limit. I don't go as far as I think I can. I go as far as I know I can.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you?
Anyway, this is trying to, but this is about the group photo. Because I said, he got a photo as well saying, well, showing everyone but him, so he thinks everyone's in it. And of course, Al got the same, but the same situation minus her, so everyone's got the same suspicion.
Evidence of my own.
To make us all doubt ourselves, so we've got to use our group photos to prove, hey, no, it's just, stop.
To present evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
Yep.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
I thought I missed for a second. No, I got it.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
Okay, wait, also you could be a double. I'd love to. I would love to, dude, but doing it together I have experience.
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Mm.
Well, yeah, huh? Wait, but mine's
And here it
different.
comes. But mine's different.
With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
You see on the left, Junko's got her back, so you can't see Junko's face again. So you always make sure to hide her face. But yeah, we can see everyone. You can see Sayaka. You can see Afumi trying his hardest. Leon. You can see ourselves. You can see the demon that is Sakura behind us. Holy shit. But then on the side, it's all in our track costumes. Like, Kyoko's watching in surprise. Byakuya, Toko's way in the back. Taka and Mondo are chilling. Makuro's just keeping to herself. I figured as much, in which case...
You have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but...
And yeah, well, man, the dubbing thing would be fun. I don't know what it would be and how we'd sort it or what, but it'd be fun. Alright. Oh, this is a cute photo, actually. Fucking Toko. That's not Toko, that's Genocide. That's Genocide Jill, like, behind Byakuya there. So even in, like, the Lost Memory, she ends up being it. And Celeste is having a conversation with the back of Junko, so you don't get to see her face again.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The Mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap, each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person is shown in the group photos, and the person is whoever got it.
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
That's why I thought it'd be fun we don't... Oh, right, that's that. I just read that before, whoops. I glance at chat sometimes and I read the bottom message, like, hang on a minute, I read that.
I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Oh my god, no, go back to it! What was Sakura doing on the side there? Was she fucking flying? Is she that powerful? She could power out of the water like that?
And when we each saw her picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What is it? What's digging at me?
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time?
Especially the one with Sakura, like, flying out of the swimming pool. That was wild. Yeah, well, you still haven't got so far. There's some free CGs yet.
It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Byakuya's. Oh, wait. Oh, I just impulsively pressed X. I should have looked. Damn it, Hina's. I wasn't expecting Byakuya's to be first. Mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something. We got...
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
Oh, jeez. We haven't even begun to solve the mystery, you guys. They're not fake photos. It's just
So
in each
you
instance,
think
it was whoever was
they're
taking the photo.
No. I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that, so it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture is necessarily because it's fake. It might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Hangman's Gambit. We got to spell amnesia, so, good luck. I say amnesia is one of the easier words that you'd think would catch you out, for me at least. It's am, so as an M. And then it's E. Sia.
Now I understand.
Now I understand.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Tragically, yes, it could, Makoto.
I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time.
It makes
What about
sense.
the photo? As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural they wouldn't believe it, but no matter how much they refuse, it's the absolute truth. They have no choice. They can't move forward until they accept it. We've got the DVD to prove it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'll say now it's the 7 bullets that you got to go scroll through.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, that's wrong.
Dude, you're clairvoyant. You should be the first to believe it. You know what should be, and it is like a small thing that the game doesn't mention.
Memory loss?
The memory loss they've had, they're gonna say later on that memory loss could have covered like at least 1 or 2 years of their entire curriculum there. And if that's the case, when they woke up and their last memories before they came to the school, did none of them notice that their bodies had aged by 2 years? No one. Not one of them realized their body had aged by 2 years. I know that's something you might not necessarily think about, but especially if you're a musclehead, you notice that your muscles have, like, you know, had 2 years of extra developments on the apply to them. Or if, you know, you're a teenager, you would have just, oh, I don't know, grown? You're not the height you thought you were?
This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
Because, yeah, at the start of the game, you think all these characters are like 16 or 17, but in reality, they're all 18 and 19. Well, except Hero. Hero's actually 20 fucking 3. He just thinks he's 21, because, you know, the memory wipe, he's lost 2 years.
When you say...
I don't think I like Hero being the same age as me, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, jeez.
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie. You figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come. That hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, will you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive?
You mean the motive you came up with? To try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, you're the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind? That's what we need to expose. Make your argument. 5 bullets.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything.
Oh my god, look at this book.
That's what I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me
You should know, we were in the room, Hina.
Exactly. You're just
She's just, it's just Hina's got to let the panic get to her a little bit.
The mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
No, that's wrong. There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
Well, yeah, that's how this whole game works. I wouldn't bring it up if... Whatever, Toko.
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
Oh god, I gotta read this again.
I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto!
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Her actual was the other wounds.
I got it! All
The
of
many
wounds
stabs.
covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Yeah, did you? The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days
It
old.
made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago, so they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know...
You're wrong.
She denied me. Before I could even say anything. Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me!
If you're so sure we're going to deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? You're going to be like, hey, she's a soldier, she got her wounds in battle, but we know from her profile that that's not the case. The profile actually said that she was so flawless.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Oh, I missed? Come on. There we go.
No, that's wrong.
I guess the thing was spinning.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school, in which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Mukuro's fatal injury's been added to the truth bullets. Hey, we got another one.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
You didn't want to attack me? I can't think of anyone else. It's the Mastermind, but we're supposed to say head. No, it is the Mastermind.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true Mastermind.
Well, it's okay.
When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me, but I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the Mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
No, there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me, even if I didn't see their face. If you compare what we know about Mukuro to the masked attacker, it should be obvious. This one's cheeky. I know what this one is. This one's cheeky, because you're supposed to know about the hand, the Mark of Fenrir. You don't have it. You have to absorb it, but then the test becomes which hand is it. You have to remember which hand it is.
Right? So you can't have any idea who
It's kind of cheeky. He's gonna start roll.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Monokuma's gonna be like, did you see something wrong? Was it the left leg, the right leg, the right hand, the left hand? You have to absorb the right one. But he's like getting a little cheeky with it.
What is this other part? Is it the right hand?
It is the right hand. I had to think, I was like, hang on a minute. No, it was
the left hand? Maybe the right foot.
See?
Or perhaps the left foot. Or could it be the hands?
Interesting male bear voice. Yeah, from what I can tell, it is all Junko's voice actress that does both. No, actually, that's a lie. That's wrong. Monokuma is voiced, and there's a guy who voices them. It's just Junko in the realm supposedly does both. Monokuma has his own voice actor. That's a lie. I remembered as I said it. I was like, actually, no, that's wrong. That's an assumption I've made on my first playthrough that someone then highlighted to me. Who attacked me didn't have something Mukuro definitely had. Wouldn't that be enough?
You never saw their face, so you can't have. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro.
No, that's wrong. Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly, a representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you, but what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Before anyone could say anything. Yeah, if we saw her hands, we can compare to Kyoko's, which they shadow out, but yeah, her hands are like torn to shreds, as you can kind of see. Kyoko is removing her glove.
Hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned
Awful,
skin.
Isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the Mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put the gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true Mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look
yeah,
at
fuck
those
you too, Monokuma.
positively grotesque scars
That last
of
line there, yeah,
yours.
fuck you too.
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not corner just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow, she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then, she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here...
Yeah, alright, like, hey, did any of you go check the biolab, or was it just me and Kyoko? What investigations did you all do? I'm starting to think it was nothing. In one place, I can't think of anywhere else but other than the biolab. No, it was in the kitchen.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
The biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue, so it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
The proof that shows? Oh, it was the tarp. Oh, I saw it at the top. I went past it.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is... the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
You couldn't have just said he's got an eye for detail. You couldn't have just been nice to me, Byakuya, could you?
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room.
Are you talking about unmasking the Mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
She's talking about the fact there's supposed to be 10 bodies, yet there's only 9 lights on. And inconsistently with the biolab, could you be talking about...
La, 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 I can't hear you. La, 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab, could you be talking about...
By the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Yeah, because Junko is a little shit and is determined to win, so he's trying to throw you off.
Your mom, your dad, your little sister.
That little sister who like designed changes between this game and Ultra Despair Girls, and then kind of hooks up with Toko. That one.
Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. Can't let him get to me. He's just saying it because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So you want to shut him up? I need to expose the inconsistencies and slam him with it. Time for a BTB.
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Proof, proof, proof! Are you sure about this? Proof, proof, proof! Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Proof, proof, proof! Are you sure about this? Proof, proof, proof! Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
The lights. This, because I didn't get any of the BTB upgrades, because there's one that gives you more ammo, and one that gives you more like tempo control. Because I don't have either of them, I have to work a bit harder, because I just didn't talk to the right people sort of thing. So I was like, no, I'm just going to use the focus and steamroll this, instead of having to try and do it manually, because it's clearly it's not going to happen.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
Hero, do the maths. 3 people died in case 1, 2 died in case 2, 3 died in case 3, 1 died in case 4, 1 died in case 5. You can do the maths, my man. I promise you, it's not that hard. That doesn't equal 9. I mean, the number of lights that should be on is 10.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
That's right, that's the key to solving this mystery. Sayaka got, like, destroyed. Bless her heart. Mukuro was second, to be more accurate. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Tako was sixth. Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And the victim number 10 was Mukuro. So 10 people in all.
10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The Mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths. But there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there's less bodies than murders, the explanation for more murders than the victims, why is that? Why would that make no sense? Because one person was killed twice.
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious.
Yeah, you're getting more cornered, Monokuma. We know we're figuring you out.
Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
Into the next non-stop debate. None of that helps, so we'll be absorbing something again.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as?
Oh, I know this one. This is another, like, Monokuma fucks with you. He's literally going to name everyone.
Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima?
Make sure we nab that.
Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mando Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru?
Poor Taka, miss that man.
Yamada?
Don't miss Ifumi as much.
Celestia Lu?
Slew, whatever, fuck you.
Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way
Anyone was murdered twice!
No, that's wrong. Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9, which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the Mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive.
You're so close, Toko. Wrong sister. It's not Mukuro.
She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Mukuro alive? The one who's still alive is Mukuro, but you really believe that? Hope vs. Despair is playing again.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
It was.
No, that's wrong.
Because the file matches.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her
Well, she was
vitals
5'7",
were
but
31,
you know what? That might have just been a
42.
slight typo. Whatever.
Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. Only one person it could be. And at this point, it should be pretty obvious. It's Junko.
Here's my answer.
Our mastermind.
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it, I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body and touched her wrist to check for a pulse like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say, she was gone. I did check, absolutely, for sure.
Dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive...
It must be...
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No! Of course not! There's no way I'd give up that easy!
Yeah, Makoto, you
That's
just
all
had a
well and
dip
good,
for a moment.
But how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
Yes, I can. The body was just
I
replaced.
think we need to look at this.
She was
from the
Mukuro was just
opposite
dressed up as
direction.
Junko.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her, she was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, if they were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko but someone else entirely? Maybe she used some sort of trick. What, you mean like the bodies were switched? Replaced. Okay, it's not switched, it's replaced. There's a P in there. Give me an E. There it is. And then L. I'm gonna make sure Junko takes the L, so where is it? And then, ED. There we go.
Now I understand! That's it! What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right! Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out how to explain that they could have switched. They were switched at the very beginning. The Junko we met was always Mukuro.
They have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met is actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to see us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. Once, but twice. The first time was during the latest investigation. The interview DVDs.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It was just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant the DVD player wasn't working anymore. What the heck just happened?
Oopsie! Looks like it broke out of service.
What? It just so happens to break just now?
No, now then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
No, it wasn't a fluke. The Mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage, and that's not the only time he tried to hide Junko's identity. The Mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence, and I've got to reveal that. Oh god, another BCB? Alright, bring it on, you fuck.
Punishment is waiting for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about? looking for you. I'm not listening. What are you even talking about? That's impossible!
This should prove it.
I knew group photo was going to be in there somewhere. They really held it back. They're like, no, you gotta fucking find this thing. But yeah, it was there.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, we got you, bitch.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we got. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The uncircumstance common with all these pictures? It's the fact that Junko's face is hidden. In all of them, Junko's got her head back to us because she planned this out from the very start, so I wanted to make sure her head was always covered. The unusual circumstance is Junko's face.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko, which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the Mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything. Right now!
Oh, jeez. Right, time for the closing argument. And it's not the end of the case, by the way. This is the end of the first half of the case. Who I met in the main hall. They die. The Mastermind keep Mukuro's body. In cold storage. The Mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? The knife. When the Mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped him? Kyoko. After the surprise attack failed, the Mastermind fled my room. I think that might... no, that makes more sense. What did the Mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? Slapped it on the dead body. What was the condition of the dead body when we first found it in the garden? Still in one piece. We could identify the mysterious body because it got blown up.
Here's exactly
I think this is it. I think. We'll find out.
We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the Mastermind, Junko Enoshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder, and the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima!
God damn, the artwork is always super cool of these end bits. But listen, that only ends the first half of the case. We have another half to go yet. And it's gonna get way crazier yet.
What do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
It's time! The real Junko Enoshima. Ultimate despair. And she's an interesting one.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, and some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Enoshima? Tell me how much longer the stream goes then, Monokuma.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere too. It was before we arrived at the school.
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like it doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about those cover photos and junk? Well, of course, it was a totally Photoshop. Photoshopped? Yeah, you know, like edited the hell and back with like computers and junk? Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know. It's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself!
Here's a fun bit of trivia for you. To keep up with... because you're going to see a lot of different personalities come out of Junko. To keep up with how many different personalities and how many different voices they have, Junko's actually got 2 voice actresses in both the Japanese version and the English, just to keep up with it all. So half of these voices are one actress, half of them are the other. Don't worry, it gets crazier. In Dangan 2, they add a 3rd fucking actress to the mix.
But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain. For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called Mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her. To meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
I'm going to have to pause here very quickly because remember the other day when I had to stop because it was nice weather, so I had my washing out and then it started raining? Well, it's the same deal. It's starting to rain, so I need to get my washing in. So give me 5, guys. Sorry. Give me 5. Sorry, I'm back. I just had to go sort something quick. I had to go get the washing in. So let's carry on.
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected.
No worries, dude. Don't worry about it.
When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
What? Huh? This wasn't supposed to... Why? Me?
So you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary.
I fucking love that line. Misunderstandings sure are scary.
We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited.
Huh?
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of
She may be cute, but she's also like the most dangerous woman in the world in the context of Dangan.
It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Huh? Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries.
I like how Makoto's so confident. Damn straight! Yeah, you go, son.
And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Thinking back to what Monokuma told us, the memories of what was stolen from us, and what they must be related to. They're to do with the motives.
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners.
Once again, gotta reiterate, Junko has so many different personalities and ways of presenting herself. For both the Japanese and English version, she has 2 voice actresses, and in the sequel, she gains a 3rd one because they add even more personalities. That's how determined and committed to the bit they were in writing Junko.
So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
The theme for the Monokuma Gyos of the first murder was human connections.
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
The motive was the past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
I love how much you love Junko. It's like how much you love Junko, like how much you like Toko. It's so like I'll just grin every time I read your comments, one man.
Relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
The theme of the third was easy. It was greed.
I got it!
Celeste, what she did for the money.
Wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
And we're cheeky. Alright. No, thank you. I read that last comment as well.
Now, Can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
It was betrayal, wasn't it? Blackmail? I mean, kind of was, but no, betrayal was what actually did it.
In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the Seed of Despair.
Seed of Despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the Seed of Despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the Seed of Despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Teacher Junko, yeah. All the different forms of Junko. The fact that she gains like 3 or 4 more like personalities in the sequel is just like, I was just like, what? How?
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because if we did have our memories, we would stay. That's what she's saying.
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
The outside world?
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
To explain, the world ended in the Danganronpa's universe, and it always has been. And all the games from this point onwards tie into the knowledge that the world is over. At some point in the past, Junko already won. She destroyed it through various means that are loosely explained but mostly left open to interpretation. She managed to spread her influence over enough of the world that it started to buckle in under itself. And before long, the whole world was destroyed, with nothing remaining. There's few settlements and whatnot, but it's definitely a post-apocalyptic situation. The reason why we're getting broadcast to the world is because Junko has that control. The few settlements, the few glimmers of people that might be clinging on to some kind of hope of survival, she made this show to try and break them down, so that everything was lost. The ultimate despair? No, she wanted everyone to suffer the ultimate despair. That's why I said she's literally just pure evil to the bone. But she already won. That's the twist. She already won. The reason why none of us want to leave is because the world's over out there. And we all knew that at some point, but she took that memory from us to make us want to fight to survive.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? The whole thing's insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time for the final class trial!
Yeah, everyone's concerned, and now it just throws it in front of you. How on earth are you going to find a way forward? All of them have lost their memory of the event, so how can you explain it? One of them hasn't. Because one of them doesn't share memories of the other half.
I want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember.
Also, you want to be shooting him because you're not given much time in this. If you want to actually stay above the clock.
Nobody can remember anything.
Genocide Jack could, because they don't share memories.
Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge. But their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Dun, da, da, da! It's me, your friendly
All it took.
neighborhood serial killer!
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the Mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you!
Fucking goddammit, Jill. It's like Crazy and Crazier have just met and they're getting along.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye, Roger, you got it, Captain!
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but...
Oh no, I was going to say, one man, you're doing well. Both Jill and Junko are on screen.
Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Take a fucking shot. Take a shot. The tragedy is the tragedy, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history was the end of all humanity. What would justify that long, extravagant name every single time? What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
It's all because of that event.
What is?
Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Yep, and then Junko spells it in black and white. The world's over. Junko won sometime in the past already. And Danganronpa 3, the Despair arc, tries to go into it a little bit more. It was like a very huge multi-stage plan, but it somehow worked and she destroyed the world. Most important dude. No, not the Mountain Dew!
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history!
Take another shot.
And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics.
And it's also because the writers didn't want to give you all the specifics. They wanted to leave it open to interpretation in the first game. But like I said, the sequels and Ultra Despair Girls go into a lot more detail about the nature of what's left after the tragedy and how Junko succeeded what she did. Basically, it's Junko is not just insane, she's like the smartest woman on the planet as well. She is like ungodly smart. She's an ungodly smart woman who's a psychopathic person who wants to destroy the world, who also, let me just check my notes, is also a billionaire. So all the pieces just came together that she could just have the money, resources, and cunning to make something like this happen. What helped is that her sister, Mukuro, was like everything I just said, but the second. You know, she was the second, like, smartest, the second best, the second yada yada. So it was two, like, absolute cunning evils working together. They then recruited a lab experiment that we'll get into in Dangan 2 that could help cause more chaos and more confusion as they went on, and from there used their super brain and super riches to build all the machines and robots of war and basically just unleash a war on Earth and destroy everything in the matter of weeks. The reason why the school tried to hide the kids in is because it started, the first experiment run was in that one classroom we saw on the 5th floor. That blood and carnage room. But the reason why Junko didn't recognize it when we were there is because that was the lab experiment that did that. It wasn't Junko or Mukuro who did that. That was the lab experiment that did that, and that did that chaos. So she basically like she found the lab experiment and let it go, and just let it figure out what it wanted to do. I didn't do anything there. Well, don't get yourself in trouble, dude. But whatever.
Miss Morose saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! This is the true tragedy!
And I don't know this for certain, because I don't know if I was like misremembering and whatnot, but the, before, like, our Junko was the ultimate fashionista, or the, ultimate despair, I think she was also the ultimate analytic. She was the master of analysing data and getting to conclusions and whatnot. That's actually one of the few things I liked about Danganronpa 3, is anytime they showed Junko, although they showed the crazy and everything, they did every now and then also show the brain. Some of the ways she'd just kind of pick up a computer and just type whatever she wanted and get things to happen because she was smart enough to know what everything meant. Or how, like, she would literally, like, at one point in it, she, like, stalks this one particular boy because she knows that boy is a good hacker and basically manipulates and blackmails and abuses him to get... To be able to get other things moving in her favor. Like, she's always on the ball and always thinking about the next thing. But what's also crazy, and it's the one thing I don't like with Danganronpa when it comes to Junko, is that in the anime, it shows that before the events of the game, Junko had tried several times before to try and kill Makuro, and Makuro just kind of took it. She just went, oh wow, she's so desperate to be the ultimate despair, she's trying to give herself misery by killing me. But that's not the Makuro that you get to know in the novels. Like I said, a lot of people don't like the adaptation of Makuro in Danganronpa. It doesn't make much sense. But all the versions of her other than that are a lot more sharp and a lot more thought-provoking and a lot more cunning in general. Whilst the one in Danganronpa is just she keeps on... Like, Junko tries like 8 times to try and kill her, and Makuro spots it and recognizes it every single time, yet just kind of forgives her afterwards. It's like, oh, we're the ultimate despair. It would make sense that you're trying to kill me.
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended.
And I am reading what you're saying, one man. I'm also trying to explain this. But yeah.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Alright, nihilist. I hear you what you're saying, Junko.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Oh, this is a fun little twist of the knife that Junko's approaching. If the world's ended, what do you think happened to all these precious families that everyone has?
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
These fuckers, look at this. They even give you a minute to think about it.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
Yep, Byakuya is the last surviving member of that proud family he always talks about. Every single other member of his extremely prideful, noble family is dead. They don't exist. Byakuya's on his own.
But I didn't say anything yet.
Also, yeah, if you don't say anything, then when the timer runs out, she carries on anyway, which is why Makoto says that. So I don't think you can game over there. That one doesn't count. It's a bit of a wink.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think that might be...
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Listen to her go. She's just like, everyone, even the distant cousins, they're gone. All of them are dead. You're on your own, Byakuya.
Stop with these idiotic jokes.
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Oh, hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Yeah, because the amnesia goes back a full year, Makoto. It's not that hard to figure out.
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
And that's where Junko confirms the exact event started exactly 2 years prior. Before it was just, oh, a year... No, the actual, like, catalyst of the event was 2 years prior.
Huh? 2 years
Well, no, they
ago?
have to say that the tragedy happened a year ago. They started high school 2 years ago, which is why I said they're all 2 years older than you think they are.
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago? What does that...
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God.
So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Oh, jeez, I actually feel bad for Byakuya. Look at him. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us, which Junko says is true, is the first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of the memories getting given the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us are the entirety of our lives at Hope Peak.
If we accept that what you say is true.
It's like, if we agree and be like, okay, sure.
Then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy, and that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it, but it's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. It won't be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. We got to prove it. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's going to be the Locket notebook. We have to prove that he was here.
Worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything!
Awesome school events?
I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong!
These VAs must have had so much fun. They all take to prevent themselves from laughing. Yeah, I think they probably did actually, like, some of it is like, what the heck?
This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
Why do you think, Hero?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
What's that? Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Shut.
Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you've forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Where our memories come apart? She's talking about the moment we must have lost our memories. When we fainted.
The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day.
That day? Yeah, stop being vague. Yeah, when we first got here and we just fainted upon getting into the hall. That's like the latest point our memories go to.
And stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey! 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly.
And the worst part is that's actually part of the truth. Junko genuinely, despite her craziness, kind of adored all these people. It's just because of, you know, her focus of wanting to hurt them through despair. Her views of, hey, I want the people I love to feel the things I like. I like pain and despair and suffering. I'm going to make them all suffer. That's genuinely how it is. She's not lying when she says that. She genuinely loved all of them. But because of her warped perspective of what was good, she started acting. She started acting out and doing all this.
It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
The ultimate despair? All mankind? And one man... Shut up! I saw that.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most
wow,
awful,
really?
most
That's
tragic
fucking
event in human history.
Really?
The
WWE
tragedy.
was sold? That's oh shit. I don't keep up with the wrestling world at all, but that's an interesting development.
All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
No, it was just two people and the freak they unearthed. And using all their power. I guess, well, I know you meant by sarcastically.
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon.
This, it's not that it gets retconned, it's like I said, the reason why she took over was limitless money, limitless brain power, the freak she found, which we'll get to in Dangan 2, and using her intelligence to make an entire robot army to destroy everything. It's just, you know, as she got more power and more things started to fall apart, then that whole despair is contagious thing comes in. Like she's, as I said, retconn's the wrong word, it's more that she's jumping the gun a little, she's deliberately avoiding some details.
Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Jesus, really? Wow. That's what's going on with WWE? Yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud for chat, or for anyone who watches later on, but that's what happened. I don't keep up with anything in the wrestling world, because I just don't care, if I'm honest. Damn, that's kind of a... Jesus. Ugh. I'm interested to see what happens next, then, I guess. I was like, where it goes from there. What's going to happen to, like, no, to, like, some of the actors, so to speak. What's going to happen to, like, some of the film crew and the people behind the scenes after such a shake-up. Where wrestling is pure insanity. Yeah, I've got some friends that are super into it, so I kind of know.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter!
Yeah, like I said, I imagine like some key players will still have their place because they have to for whatever reason, but some things in the back are going to throw out of whack. And the nature of the beast is going to rub something the wrong way, and so they might leave. So yeah, I get what you mean. Also, by the way, Hope's Peak is basically a bomb shelter of the apocalypse. And of all the people that ended up managing to squeeze their way in, both halves of the ultimate despair did. Which is why this started to become what it is. If Junko and Mukuro hadn't got in here, all of them would have not have lost their memories and continued to have lived their lives.
That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison.
By the way, the deal was set up years ago. A few years ago, WWE negotiated a deal. They do live shows and TV deals with Saudi for a huge $1 billion deal. Oh, so they were already kind of like putting the pieces in place, but now it's like the final steps happened.
Do any of you know who that might have been?
Oh, the one who turns Hope's into a shelter and isolated us here was actually the headmaster himself, as a last-ditch effort to save us, hence those videos.
Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us
I had a few of those considering
from
too.
the despair and tragedy
also
taking
included
place
Disney.
outside.
It's interesting that they turned down Disney, because I would have thought Disney, honestly, would have offered them more money, knowing, like, you know, the infinite wealth bucket that is Disney.
That's why he asked us to make that promise, to say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
Interesting. Oh, I didn't. Oh God, it's like it feels like I'm reading like a crime novel. It's like, and then more pieces to the puzzle, and then this person also stepped down with this whole thing with WWE, as we also, you know, get the mystery puzzle solved of what's actually going on in the game.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake.
I love this artwork, by the way. I love this artwork of the two despairs. This is like my favorite artwork in the game. It's so simple but so cool, because like their hairs meet. If you look at the artwork, their hairs meet. You don't know which one starts with Makura and which one starts to Junko. It's just the two despairs. Ah,
He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school.
And yeah, they had already made their way in to mingle with the others, so the headmaster's plan to keep all these kids safe was always doomed to fail, unfortunately. I wonder we were drawn to try P5.
So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
Uh-oh, don't be an internet dip. We're getting there. Okay, we're not. It's just my phone dipping. My phone dipped and I was like, uh-oh. Just my phone being slow. I panicked for a second. After yesterday, I panicked. I think my phone's just dipped. What you call it, a crime novel? Well, I mean, yeah, so it feels like. I mean, it kind of is, literally, because, you know, of the CEO's charges, but anyway.
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, gee, yeah, that bit I know. That there was a lot of controversy surrounding Saudi Arabia because of a journalist dying for weird means. You know. Anyway.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school deathmatch. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope.
Yeah, and Junko admitting that there are still some people that are holding on to vague hopes and she wants to crush them. She wants the whole world to feel nothing but despair. Even like the smallest, most insignificant little amount of glimmer of hope she wants crushed.
So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
What did the Mastermind do to show everyone the outside world? What was... Oh god, what are we gonna have to spell? Is it TV? Please be TV. Just be T and hijack. Yeah, hijack's one of those words that's H-I, not H-Y. I had to think for a second. I was like, no, it's yeah. Oh, come on, I didn't get that J. There we go.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
She's so cute behind Monokuma. Yeah, it's because she's talking through it, so she puts on the voice. He's probably paid a way to extend his lifespan to a couple reduced.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Oh, by the way, for anyone following along and you're like, oh god, what other evidence will we might have to use? Oh god, there's still more of the K. Just to give you a little bit of a chance, you're entirely done with the truth bullets. Everything we do at this point is just verbal back and forth with Junko. Even in the mini-games, you're no longer using any evidence, so don't even think about it.
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
The truth full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
Yep, there's literally no world for them to go back to. There's no families for them to fight for. There's no gangs, like Mondo killed so his gang wouldn't learn his dreadful secret. They're not alive, so it wouldn't have mattered. What value would money have in a world that doesn't exist anymore? You see? If that's stuff, everything that the Mastermind set up was to try and invoke as much despair as possible. That's just Junko.
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
And I love this. She drops the act for a second. She goes, wait, what? She's like, what? What do you mean? Why are you still holding on to any of this? She drops the act for just a second. She goes, huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
That one bit is the bit she's lying. She's saying you can't go out. It's already been established there are survivors out there, and it's already been established they've tried to go in. This is just her making a desperate excuse at the end to make us give up.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you, for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
Because of course she did.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
What?
You mean, we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live!
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me, and make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
It's funny you say that, we're considering I know for a fact from the anime, all 6 of the people here, when they do get out, live and continue to live. I say that Hero kind of vanishes off the face of the earth. In like the continuity and whatnot, Hero doesn't get brought up that much. That man just kind of vanishes. He just kind of does his own thing and whatever. Makoto, Kyoko, and Byakuya stick together as like a trio. Toko tries to stick around as well, but she ends up getting like caught up in an incident that leads to Ultra Despair Girls. And now that I think about it, Hina's also kind of a mystery. You get to meet her brother in UDG, but I can't actually remember what actually happens to her. I know she's still alive in the canon, but I can't remember what happens to her.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec. I I just got hit with an inspiration bomb. Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all. So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment.
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down.
She's absolutely going to choose Makuro or Kyoko, the two people that have been the biggest thorn in her side. Probably us, because we keep on denying her.
Makoto!
How did I fucking...
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
So, sacrifice me? But that's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh?
There's the real Junko voice for a minute.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
Then
the
let's
real
just
Junko's
hurry up
out
and
because
get
she's
it over
annoyed that
with.
we're not giving up.
It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. To live in despair. That's not really living at all. And thus begins the final showdown with Junko. None of those bullets matter. Not a single fucking one of them. Ignore them.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope,
You're literally
We'll never give up.
shooting hope into your friends.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here! The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore! What matters is my own gut feelings!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope,
we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally
That's a lie, by the way. That's a lie. She's just trying to throw people off.
The reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end.
Just because you have to go through the whole conversation every single time.
The only reason is thanks to the... Say whatever you want. I've made...
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh. Fucking Toko.
Don't lose hope now!
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end.
By
the way, the only reason is thanks to the... Say whatever you want. If I die, in other
Christ.
words, the communal life you've... I can keep on living as long as I have
Toko, calm down. Or Jill
All
even.
of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
It's okay, Byakuya. You have to be the one to continue the Sagami name, even if you're the only one.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
we won't give up!
It now plays the game's main theme.
As long as there's
Because
hope,
there's only one character.
we'll
Oh
never
shit.
give up.
One more person to convince. We're finally turning it on Junko, so I'm just gonna let this theme rock because I love Danganronpa's main theme.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now!
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the...
I gotta show this, hang on. Go to your report card. Ultimate hope. The moment Makoto says it, it changes. The Mikiyoko says it, it changes. You were never the ultimate lucky student, you were the ultimate hope. You were destined to stop Junko.
What the hell are you?
And the final bullet, the ultimate hope, has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. That's what we are.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool. So unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still... Final boss time, technically.
You suck! So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Suffer from despair. No, no. You suck. So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going.
And then we're done. I was like, no, I remember this being hard regardless. That can fall apart so quick. I just had to shut up and focus.
I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
We made it. And out of 1,600 possible points, or 1,600 points, I probably... Oh, not bad. 1543. I had a couple slip-ups, especially near the end there. I really kind of fell apart a little during that last bit, but I managed to pull through.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing with our own hands.
Yep. Goodbye, Junko Enoshima. You lose.
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost? Me? No way.
Well, that's
it can't be. You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's
Well,
totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to the school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end. It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking about? Don't you see? I was so hopelessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last colossal despair. Here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade despair. The utter failure of my dreams. I'm so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying this?
Anyway,
so you're prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing. Outside is only despair, inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me
Let me
repeat
tell you
myself.
this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Everyone!
Hey,
You said that despair is contagious as any disease.
however...
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko! Ugh, stop it! Stop! I hate those faces you're making. To see those awful looks cause me nothing but pain. Fine, let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, there's no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there will be a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope? Of course, because we... Shut up! That was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue. I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right? Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to... Stop it! What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is just the despair of death. That you only get once in life, so...
Don't get in my way! So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful! Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Time for the final execution. Junko's death. Even though not really, because no, so she's in the sequels. She's very omnipresent, but this is her first demise, her original demise. Time to end this insanity. You see, like, everything from every previous execution shows. Oppenheimer fuel, yeah. The ultimate punishment. Starting with the 1,000 blows. Bales and baseballs, the cage of death, Mondo's death. The burning of the Versailles witch, Celeste's. The excavator destroyer for Chihiro. Blast off, the prologue one, which is how Kyoko's father died, by the way. And an after-school lesson, the one we survived, the Crusher. Oh, every time. But it's over. And the thing Junko left behind? The switch to our escape. The emergency override for the safe door. Junko deals with it, yeah. I find that one more satisfying, infinitely more satisfying than any of the other Junko falls in the series. The K6 of of the second game, it's kind of dumb. It fits and it's thematic, but it's kind of dumb. And in V3, I think I was just so burnt out because K6 is so fucking painful in that game. It's why I'm glad I'm not covering that game. That when it happened, I was just like, yeah, alright, bye, get out of here. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy, it was all over. Chapter 6, ultimate pain, suffering, despair, execution, and death. The end. All we've got left is our epilogue. And you get the hair ties Junko was wearing as your prize. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said, they shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Goodbye, Despair High School. The final 6. Don't get used to it being this many survivors. Like I said, in every game after this, the survivor count drops. There's only 5 people that make it out of the second, and only 3 that make it out of V3. And technically only 2 for Ultra Despair Girls. You know, like, it gets... This is the most survivors we ever get. We stood in front of the door, and nobody made a sound. It felt almost absent-minded. It was because our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving and unsure. But, in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Makoto, would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we'd gotten. After the credits roll, there is another lucky item you can get from the drops in free time play. It's the emergency escape button. You can get it as an item in the shop. You know, when you randomly like pachinko gacha the shop and whatnot. And if you manage to get it, there's an Easter egg cutscene you can get in the extras menu where it shows all 16 members standing at the door waiting for waiting for it to open instead of just 6 of them. Just as like a what if kind of thing. Up until the moment of her death, it belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us. But is that really it? Well, it's not going to be the end of the stream. When this game ends and it wraps up, there's still a couple little things I want to show. I'll be loading up my main save file, but I need to show the Chapter 3 cutscene, where if you have Man's Fantasy, you can access a secret scene. And I need to, I want to show the extras menu. Go through that. But is it really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words...
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here. But you never know. Maybe it's a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she'd let us leave her alive.
It's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe!
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about. Something ever happens to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam him so up far. That's it! So I just have to respond to a message. Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave. What, leave? We can go outside. Poor Toko, she missed all of that because of, you know, the memory separation. Then that means me and my master can get married, and then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby.
That's enough.
Please stop. There would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far. Anyway, don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But...
It's what happens after we get out I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think a part of me still thinks...
Serious?
Maybe when we get out of here, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. On the other side of the door is a world as peaceful as I remember. A lie, peaceful as we remember? Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put it like this? Unlike this school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair, no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
In other words...
The act of searching for hope, to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward, no matter what trouble you may fall into.
Am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who still hadn't cast away their hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Tagami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it.
Well, my first stop's going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops? Or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll grow some wheat. Oh, I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin. Whoa! Whoa! Thanks, Ina. You've totally opened my eyes. Hey, personal space buddy, you're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone on the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can keep forward. I can face forward and keep moving. Aw, she's like, yeah, as long as you're still around, I'll be fine. We can get out of here and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us, we're so small. What can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
It looks like the hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open. With my hands, with our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. And that's it. You don't get to see what the outside world actually is in this game. They leave it open to interpretation. The original game, not knowing what would follow up and what they leave a lot of little things about the outside world open to interpretation, up into thought. Oh, yeah, it was so good to come back to this game. Case 3 is still a bit weird for me, but it's so fun to return to this atmosphere, return to these cast of characters, return to these mysteries. I didn't realize how much I'd missed it until we started doing it. But yeah, I love this game. I still love the sequel a little more, but I fucking love this game. Trying to load us, yeah. Well, as I say, it's because they wanted to let you up to interpretation. It was up to you. Was there peace outside, or was there despair? 3 over 4, that's fair. So ultimately, because of the sequels, we know the answer. Junko was telling the truth. The world did fall into despair. It absolutely did. But there were glimmers of hope, and Makoto, Kyoko, and Byakuya became a part of an organization directly fighting against the loyal rioters of despair in the world, and became their own almost like part of the agency to fight back against them. That agency and what they mean, and that secret weapon that Junko used originally to help make the despair happen, the freaks she found hidden away in the labs, all of that will be covered in Danganronpa 2. But for its own beast, I still really like this game. I think what helps is, the characters. I say it's not just the atmosphere and the groundedness of it, even though it's still crazy. It's the fact that most characters are hits. There are some that are a bit like Hifumi's not that great, Hiro kind of gets dull, Hina kind of loses any real significance after Case 4. There are misses, but there's more hits, and I like the hits as they are. Even if, like I said, when we get to Dangan 2, of the 16 main characters, I love 14 of them. There's only one bloke and one girl I'm not too keen on, so the fact they managed to hit 14 out of 16 is baffling. Just for V3 to be the polar opposite, and I only like 4 of them. I only like 4 of them in that game. I did like 5, but one of them completely ruined their character in K6, so I kind of let them go. But yeah, this game still means a lot, and I still enjoy it a heck of a lot. I won't dive straight into Dangan 2 straight away, just because I said I want to make a move on with Riser 2 as well, and get a move on with that, but we won't be leaving it that long before we get to it. We will be getting into Dangan 2 as well, because I can't wait to hear Johnny Young Bosch and his voice do his work. to hear Chris Tagliaferri's Gundam Tanaka, to hear, you know, Mikan's dilemmas again, and have Ibuki's moments again, and the bounce off we have with Chiaki throughout the whole of that game. Like, Dangan 2 is really fun. There it is, there's that picture I wanted to see again. Fucking, what the hell is she? Is that like a fish bigger than her that Sakura had from that? What the heck? So even Fumi's flying away. Yeah. There's the Platinum Zero. Hey, congrats. I'm keeping on talking because I imagine this song's copyrighted. I never got any trouble with it in my original recording, but I never want to take my chances either. But yeah, but this game's still great. It's a quirky little, you know, 2009, 2010 PSP title that just exploded into so much more. It was a slow burn to get to that explosion, but they got there. Yeah, no, anyways, yeah. Oh, I can skip it. I was going to say, oh, this is their little tease for the sequel, by the way.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma, and I am this school's headmaster.
And so appeals that. Oh, I know the one you mean. But now it's over, and you get the Easter egg present. And all that present does is unlock the ability to get the Easter egg item, you know, get the Switch. But that's it, that's Danganronpa. Because we're not done with the stream yet. Oh, whoops, sorry, I've got a volume different on this save file. Hang on. You got school mode, which is basically you go through a sequence of like doing events with the cast and whatnot, but it's basically free time mode. But I'm going to show chapter select first. From the beginning. Doesn't matter because we're not staying in it. I'm just going to hold circle until we get to that point. Just so I can show that one scene. Oh, you know what I should also do? Is actually check I still have it. Oh, I have everyone's underwear as well. You get that when you max out someone's social link, and in the free time mode, you get that underwear as a reward. So if there's any particular character's underwear you want, you have it. I forgot about that. Is it because I maxed everyone out and became like close with everyone? I have everyone's undies because whatever. Oh, yeah, the skate button's the Easter egg, and I do have Man's Fantasy. I have 3 of them. Jesus Christ. And that escape button, that only appears after you beat the game, and if you get it, you unlock an extra cutscene. Anyway. I'm just gonna skip ahead until we get there. Got myself a Junko. God, I missed some of these faces that are dead. Oh yeah, Taka's already broken at that point. That was after Mondo's death. I don't miss you, Hifumi. Miss you, Celeste. I miss you more than anything. Alright, and that's the whole tea cutscene, right? Jill appears. Oh, have I got to do the exploration bit first? Yeah, I got to do... Okay, and then we'll get to that. Most remembered character. Yeah, she has an Easter egg dedicated to her in the sequel because of how many... and because of how much people liked her. There's an... like, even though she's, you know, she's dead, she's not coming back, there is an Easter egg dedicated to her in the sequel. So I'm just going to erase this. I just want to show off the scene. Sakura's suicide scene was brutal. The magazines for case 4. It's crazy how this has 2 cases involved in it, in this one room. Because it's what starts case 3's running, and it's also, you know, where Sakura is. My opinion, the most standout scene. So Case 4 is extremely strong because of that, at least in my opinion. And in fact, I like the whole case as well. I know it's not for everyone, but I like it. Alright, we gotta do this fucking thing. The photo that we now know is because it was taken, you know, 2 years ago. I'm not going to be like, Junko's like, no, you can't have that yet. They're gonna give me that back. The only thing is that I don't know if it will be a streamer case in Dangan 2, because the cases get longer. They have intervals as well. From bloat and slow dialogue for his most punctual. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, is this where, like, Tarka's, like, hiding around a corner? No, it's not. This is where we're, like, Monokuma bullies Taka a little bit. Poor heartbroken man. I miss Taka. He was cool. So my only gripe is that, you know, he died just before we had the chance. Like, his character development started, he went into Super Saiyan, and he went, I was concerned, definitely had the best moment. Fair. Oh, jeez. And unfortunately, that is a slight trend, by the way. Oh, there's something else I'm missing. I don't buy into the bro ship. Well, because they had that big argument that ended up going full circle. It's just Taka took it real to heart. Oh, do I have to talk to Taka again after that? No. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, the camera. So I'm just trying to speed through it, so I'm not, like, reading anything. And then we're going to make Kahina confess about that she heard a voice. And then we're going to have that scene with Chihiro. Oh wait, who else do I need to talk to? Oh, I have to go through everyone's discoveries. Right. And then, yeah, there goes Toko. Where Celeste is like, yeah, fine, let her go. That time we weren't broship and following trauma. I mean, yeah, no, but I guess the intensity of, like, the suddenness of just starting to get close and trusting in him and then immediately being like, oh, hey, by the way, your trust was misplaced, fuck you. But I don't have to worry about it. Keep in mind, it's a cast of characters where they're all labelled and they live up to their labels. He's the ultimate moral compass. He made the moral decision to trust entirely in Mondo and treat him as like a brother in arm. And then that rocked him as anyway on top of it. And don't worry, it's going to get crazier. For better and worse, it's going to get crazier as the series goes on. The relationships get a bit more founded and a bit more logical, but that's just, you know, writing experience coming in. I'm preferring to evolve. Oh, absolutely, I agree. I'm just saying, for the sake of the video game doing what it wants to do, I understand why it was going for that. Oh, Celeste. Celeste wants to talk about Hina. We're getting there. Because I'm trying to rush through, I don't remember all the little details. Whoops. Oh, whoops, I'm supposed to actually, hang on. That's, oh, that reaction system where you have to press triangle and, like, select a phrase, they do away with it in the sequels because it's kind of pointless. Brothers in arms for a long time to also event attempts. How much value to it. Yeah. I know what you mean, dude. But I'm saying, but for the sake of the video game, all it was trying to do is set up a path for Taka's development. Alright, time for this bit. Even Hina and Sakura much better. They did better with them. Yeah, that's because those two were both fitness people, so they just stuck to each other as like they do workout routines. So they just bonded naturally in the background. Like it wasn't a foreground thing really until like it started mattering. It was just anytime you talk to them, they happened to be together because, you know, they were the two fitness ones, so they stuck together.
So that
That's flipping nothing. And that's the problem with Case 3s. It's a trend with Case 3. In the second game, there's a character that starts to have character development and then dies. In V3, there's a character that starts to have character development and then dies. It's the biggest, most frustrating thing about the franchise for a lot of people, is that it's a patented thing that if a character gets character development in Chapter 3, they're gonna fucking die before you see the end of it. And I wish I could tell you it was coincidental, but in V3, the writers go out of their way to establish they're doing it deliberately in V3, because V3 is trying to get the point across that they don't want the series to go on forever because it will feel repetitive. So they have it repeat certain story threads. Which is another reason why V3 is a very tiring game in a lot of ways. Because other than the fact it's the longest, it's repeating themes and phrases and systems from the first game. It's also trying to send this message of, oh, okay, syndrome for this game. Yeah. Because it's always been a thing, and it's weird. Because it always tends to be, like, Case 4 ends up being the most loved one. So it's like, he always struggles most with middle game, but the moment things start moving into late game, he starts to get back on track, the writer and directors. Right, when the girls go back in, Monokuma will do the whole, hey, don't you want to perv on them? And because we have the thing, we'll be able to do it. It's me so much.
Huh?
Oh, I don't want to fuck this up. Actually, no, it won't matter. I know we won't. Okay, boys. When you head up to dining hall or something, take a nice long bath.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, jeez, what are you going to do, alright? We lost fair and square. Well, ladies, shall we go? Says didn't hesitate coming up with a ruse, and her poker face didn't even flinch. So she and the other girls headed back into the dressing room.
Oh, nuts and damn it, we totally lost another day without getting to take my very first bath here.
Yeah, but tomorrow for sure. You're going to get that bath tomorrow. Okay, so should I back to dining hall?
Hey. Hold on. Something strange here, very strange.
What do you mean?
Strange is the perfect chance for you to sneak a peek.
Huh?
That's... You're absolutely right.
I thought you were all about the tootie.
Oh, you need to shut up, sit down, and listen to what I have to say. An opportunity like this doesn't come along very often. It's the ideal setting for the man's fantasy.
I was forced to ask myself, should I sneak into the bathhouse like he said? Or go back to the dining hall? Okay, let's go! There's a meme, the comic that someone did, and it's like Makoto all the other time, and it's like, no, we gotta do the right thing, no, we gotta respect our friends, no, we gotta do our thing. Makoto the man's fantasy, and it's like someone's just drawn on his model, like, angry eyebrows, and it just says, let's fucking go!
Ooh, have fun in your man's fantasy. Have a smashing good time.
This is the secret scene you have if you happen to have the man's fantasy item. You open the door to the dressing room, silent as death, and peeked inside. Look, the girls have already finished changing and gone into the bathhouse. This had all started as a lie, but apparently they decided to go in for real. Making sure it was empty, we quietly made our way into the dressing room. The Forbidden Land. And like it's playing the crime investigation theme, like they're gonna fucking die if they get caught.
But...
So they really are taking a bath. Is this what Celeste meant by lying convincingly? Mr. Hagakure, please refrain from pointless whispering. We're deep in the enemy territory here. Just plan ahead. Just up ahead is a bathhouse, and there awaits a great dazzling passion. Fucking... I placed my hand on the door leading to the bathhouse. I opened it gently, inch by inch. I maneuvered my hand like a master craftsman to avoid making even the slightest sound. A little further, and then... On the other side of the thick rising steam, I saw... What the fuck is Toko doing? And that's it, because they're like, no, don't want to get shot, I'm not sure how to put it, but I feel refreshed after a job well done. Fuck off. You band of pervs. A 3D body isn't so bad in its nude state, I suppose. But still, I just can't believe, like, for serious. Ogre's a girl? Was that really okay? Well, I look too, so I guess I have to say yes. Meanwhile, we get the buzzing of busy voices growing louder. The girls have finished their baths and join us in the dining hall.
You got it! This is fine.
And I think that's...
Indeed.
Of course.
Yeah, and the net just continues as normal from that point onwards. Anyway, all I'm left to really show is the extras. In the event gallery, you can go for absolutely every single screenshot. You have to buy them using mono coins, though, which is why I haven't brought any, because there's no trophy for buying them. So I just got to 999 coins for that trophy instead. But you can go through literally all of them. You can go through the death with all of her freaky twitching. You see the videos, all the trial stuff, the message, the petrification the following day. Oh yeah, if you've experienced the man's fantasy, you can view this at any point. I feel cheated. Yeah, well, the one in the seconds, I suppose, is a bit better if you're into that. Face off, everything else. The grrr! And it goes all the way. Oh, that's the bad ending. That's the bad ending. Yeah, because I crazily enough, I know what the bad ending is. I've never deliberately gotten it, so I haven't unlocked it. That's the if you get the bad ending. Looking out, Kyoko is so silky. Oh, is Kyoko's the one that dies instead. So you get a CG of her, and you get a death animation of her as well. But so although I know what they are and I've seen them, I've never got them myself in game because there's no reason to. Oh, I like. Hang on. The end. And of course, still my favorite piece of artwork. Because look at that shit. Hot damn. I love that artwork. Anyway, Button of Hope. Monokuma still lives. Oh, and all the theaters. If you want to go through them again, all 17 of the Monokuma theater cutscenes. In the movies, you can watch the openings, you can watch all the punishments. Like I said, didn't get the bad ending, so I don't have Kyoko's, but you can watch all of them. You can watch the result screens, that's Kyoko's one, and all the Monokuma and victim appears. Also, here's a fun fact, in the original demo of this game before it came out, they changed the victim of the first case. The demo victim was Yasuhiro. So if you played the demo, you got this as your case instead. It was a way to keep you guessing. So you play that and go, oh, I know the first case now. Then play the actual game, and it was Yasuhiro. It wasn't Yasuhiro. And if you have the button, and only if you have the button, you get this instead, where like I said, it's all of them standing in front of the door as it opens instead. That's it. There's no difference. It's just you get to see the what if all of them were there. But whilst we're watching that, I get to talk about other things. When it comes to plotting out this game, one of the most interesting details that people like to bring up is that every single character in this game has an execution designed for them, despite the fact many of them we don't get to see. before they actually aligned the death and wrote most of the story, they instead first made every single character's possible execution. Every single one. They didn't just make the ones that you use in the final one. They completely designed up Hina's, for example. They completely designed up Kyoko's, Taka's, Byakuya's, you know, Mukuro. They literally went out of their way to design every single execution that they were going to use, and then worried about the details afterwards. And my favorite part about this is that this remains consistent throughout the whole franchise. In Danganronpa 2, they also plotted out and storyboarded every single execution for every single character before even deciding who was going to die and be killed to have their executions. And same with V3. Here's a grounded. Oh, is the weather that bad? But now for the artwork gallery. We actually get to see... Where is it? Where is she? Before he gets anything else. Oh, it's later on, isn't it? Yeah, it's way later on. This is what Mukuro looks like. That's actual Mukuro in her finest form. We were robbed. We were robbed that she didn't get to be an actual character. We were completely robbed for it. I was like, come on. She's so cool. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is, in Danganronpa 2, there's a side story called Danganronpa If, and the idea is called if Mukuro survived and wasn't attacked with a stem of blades, what would have gone different in Danganronpa 1? And it's one of the most fascinating pieces of things to read, because it's expertly written, and it's the basis of how Makuro's character is, but, you know, before the anime kind of ruined her a bit. But everyone has, like, special art. And all of their original concept arts are really cool. Oh, you can tell I haven't brought most of these. The only one I think I actually brought was Bakuro, so I actually wanted to see the design on my first playthrough. I wish Mondo kept the gold coat and the white coat in the final version, though. Him having the black jacket instead, no, I think the white coat's cooler. His artwork's kind of crazy. That he moves so fast, it's like he's got multiple hands. God, if only you used any of it. Any of your clairvoyant abilities, really, for anything helpful. Ah, the Sayaka. Rest her soul. The mysterious yet great Kyoko. Also has great artwork, even if she looks like she's about to fall over. Hina, it's like, man, it's probably a good thing they didn't keep that as her final design. From the, because this is like the first like finalized concept art, by the way. That's why some of the characters have different costumes. It's probably a good thing they didn't keep that as her costume. Just keep the swimwear on. Toko's is kind of cool, with all the books. And Genocide Jack is fucking... yeah. Sakura's is super cool as well. All of them are really sick. Celeste, I love. I love the artists for these games so much. They always do such fantastic artwork. Imposter Junko. This was what was used in the original marketing, which is why they had to make it. As a real Junko. Oh, Kenshiro. Kenshiro is... this character, and you know I was saying ages ago that Sakura has a rival. And if you do her, like, social link, or her report card, you learn more about it, it's Kenshiro. That's who he is. That's the rival that Sakura is always trying the best before, you know, everything happened in the game. They did artwork of them. I have no idea who this is, though. No clue whatsoever. Oh, and also, Kyondo got his own art as well, and his own concept art, which is also kind of crazy. And then the next four ones, you can get all the full body arts of every character, if you want them. Jesus. You can get all the pixel arts versions of every character, which is just cute. Oh, wow, okay, that's her approaching her death then. That's the original concept art of her approaching her death at the end then. She wasn't going to be sitting on a chair, she's going to be kneeling on a cushion. Oh, the computer ball. Now, why do I want to see her crying? Come on. Yep, the Kyoko and the other one you would have got. Oh, here's some of the other executions. The actual concepts of the other executions. I think that's supposed to be Sayaka's. Oh my god. Oh, that's the title screen. When you load up the title screen, it comes with the same Spike Chunsoft. You see that first. Oh no. Oh no, the Mondo Butter packaging. Oh no. Princess Puggles. The alternative Sakura they were considering using before they decided to keep to the one they got instead. There's all sorts in here. You can dig in it for ages. Oh, the original fucking Monokuma, the source of our nightmares. That was what Monokuma was originally gonna look like, for fuck's sake. Ugh. Oh, the magazine advert. The original promotional material for this game. Because of course of course, if you're trying to promote it, what do you do first? Put the cute girls on the front? Works every time. Oh, there was the collector's card. You got the collector's edition back at the time. You got the two main girls in uniform. And the original Japanese cover art. It's the I believe this was the inverse. Like on the inside the box, you could swap it to this if you wanted to. The US advertising. US advertising, and then we're back to the start. And from here as well, you can also listen to any track in the game. Including, you know... Oh, Hope versus Despair. The sound of anxiety if you're not good at rhythm games. And then the ending theme and credit song. No, I don't want to save my change. I want my coins back. Because you can do that. That's a cheat you can do. It's the same in the second game. You can just get your coins back by just not saving when it asks. But that's everything I want to show. Then that's the entirety of the original Danganronpa. Like I said, I genuinely love this game, and I love so much of like the atmosphere and the tone and whatnot. And this started the path. After this game, I was in. I started, you know, like looking at some of the side material. I watched the show. I played the sequels. One of them on stream. One of them by doing chapter by chapter reviews, which took fucking forever. I wrote an entire podcast review on Ultra Despair Girls. That was fun. The podcast review on Ultra Despair Girls was fun because I hadn't really done something like that before, but I couldn't record any footage, so I had to make do with what I could. And it just started the path. And I'm excited for the director's new IP, Raincode, Detective Archive. Because it looks like it, although it takes some things from Danganronpa, it's very much doing its own thing as well. And because it's by that original team, I'm just curious to see what it does. But that's not out until later in the year, so we'll just see how it goes. But, like I said, I won't dive straight into the sequel yet. I'll put it in the schedule and figure it out at some point soonish, because I love the sequel so much, but not immediately. We're going to be back on the Riser train for a while, because I want to get a little of a move on. So, although I know we will be regardless, I want to make sure it's done before Riser's freeze out. I said, although also I know we'll be done regardless, because there's so much time, we've got a whole month yet. It's just to have that kind of confirmation of, like, it's done, and so when we get the Riser free, we can just jump in. You know? But that'll do from me. Thank you so much for watching as always, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Riser 2. Peace.